on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gernsner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clarke Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's Saturday afternoon, and you know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We are broadcasting live from Dalzell Field in Dubuque, Iowa. Partly cloudy skies, 70 degrees, a bright day, wind about 5 to 10 miles an hour. A gorgeous day weather-wise here in the very eastern part of Iowa as the Mount Marty Lancers begin season number 5 of college football. They are taking on the pride of Clarke University, a team that went 1-10 last year. The Lancers coming off a winning season at 6-5. Could have been more, Tehl. That last game was a heartbreaker to close the 2024 campaign.
Oh, it really was. A heartbreaker to end the season is not what you want to see. It left a bitter taste in the mouth of the Mount Marty Lancers and their coaching staff. You know, losing 22-21 to Doane. They have that game-winning drive right at the end of it, which kind of plunged what was a really, really fun season on a sour note, and that's not what you want. But what it did do is, in talking with the head coach, John Micheletti, in this program, it made him get right back to work.
Yes.
Instead of having kind of a complacent offseason that sometimes you get after you have a really good season, they got straight back to work, upset and ready to go. And I'll tell you what, they seem ready to start off this season. This coaching staff has been talking about that loss all offseason, and they're ready to get rolling here for 2025.
Yeah, Coach Micheletti told me he had 45 guys stay over the summer to do workouts and various drills over the summer to get ready for this campaign. And it will be an interesting campaign because the Lancers graduated 35 seniors last year. And there are going to be a lot of new faces, some familiar faces back. We'll get into that as we examine the lineups, but this will be a new look for the Mount Marty Lancers at a lot of different positions. I think it was 8 guys graduating, 9 on both sides of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, there was one point in the season where we counted the starters on both sides of the line, offense and defense, and of the 22 starters, there were 17 seniors.
Wow.
That was crazy. There was one game in the season. That was just how impactful that senior class was for the Mount Marty Lancers when you graduate 35. And what kind of goes into that a little bit, you know, college football, year after year, there's new faces. That's kind of how it works. And the reason we talk about it so much right now with the Lancers is they haven't had that. They haven't had the year after year turnover, specifically because they're a new program. They had a lot of freshmen starting their very first year. They were sophomores their second year. And in the 4th year of existence last year, that was the class that graduated. So now, finally, we're finally getting to see people that are going to be starting that weren't here at the start of the year, or the start of the program. They're really joining an already successful program, and that is why we're seeing so many new faces. This is the first year of Lancer football in year 5 where we're seeing this many new faces, which is weird.
Yes, this is the Mount Marty Lancer pregame show. It's being brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. Please drink responsibly. And let's talk for just a moment about their opponent. First time we've seen the Clarke University Pride, a team in the Heart of America Conference since the 2016-2017 season. They were an independent school in the 2015-2016 campaign. They have struggled in football, although we have to mention their women's basketball team did win a national championship in 2023, beating Thomas More University. So they know what what it takes to be successful in some area of athletics. Football, they have struggled. 1-10 in 2024, 3-8 the previous 2 seasons, and 1-10 in 2021. So for the Pride under head coach Adam Hicks, they're looking to turn things around off of a season where they finished the season losing their last 7 games in a row. And they've got a lot of new faces, and Coach Micheletti, talking with him, says it's going to be kind of tough to put together tape on this team because they have so many new faces coming into this Pride program this year. So this is a new-look team as far as the Clarke University Pride goes.
Yeah, and they're kind of in the same boat as the Lancers. The Lancers' first season of existence, their very first year on the field was 2021. For the Pride, it was 2019. You know, this is a very new program as well. Their year before the year, as we like to say here at Mount Marty, was just 2018. This is a new program as well. They are also in their infancy, but they've had a little more of a struggle than the Lancers did. You got to credit the coaching staff of the Lancers and how they've been able to do this. Not knocking on the Pride there, but there is a reason that this Lancer program has just done so well. When you talk about the Pride, they have really got to start turning things around, especially when it comes to player retention. The transfers obviously have been a bit of a problem, but they've brought in so many new faces this year. If they can get some really good athletes and some guys that stick around, that's going to be a good thing. Starting with a quarterback that started as a redshirt freshman last year, returned this year. If you've got a quarterback that's going to be there for 4 years and be your guy, that really solves a lot of problems. Estrada seems to have been that guy.
Yeah, Carson Estrada, the starting quarterback for the Pride, struggled last year with 8 touchdowns but 14 interceptions, but he has come back. He is one of the returning players for this Pride program. And, of course, they're in the Heart of America Conference, and that is a very tough conference. Of course, they got Grandview there, the defending national champions, who they've got to play in the final game of the year, but they've also got Benedictine, number 4 ranked to start the season. They're playing Morningside today, and we'll talk more about the GPAC schools, but they've got some tough games on their schedule as well. And, of course, the Heart of America, very solid, very tough football conference, and that's what makes this start by the Lancers getting into the winning column for a season 4 years into existence. That is a fantastic start, considering the GPAC, in my humble opinion, the toughest football conference in NAIA in the United States. So they have gotten off to a start. But now, can the Lancers keep that momentum going that they built last year? There will be a lot of opportunities to talk about the schedule for the Lancers here in the next couple of weeks, because they have Waldorf next week, and then they have their first home game against number 7 ranked Northwestern. That's coming up on the 13th. So we got a lot more to talk about here, and we'll set the stage. We'll get a chance to talk to both head coaches here. We'll look at the starting lineups, but first we're going to take a timeout, and we're going to come back with the GPAC Saturday football report with Commissioner Corey Westra, and then a little bit later on, we're going to be talking to one of the Lancer players. Tehl, who are we talking to today?
James Brinsley, one of their senior captains coming in, and he will be the new starting tight end for the Lancers this year. Last couple of years, it's always been Rex Reich and the All-American tight end, Yankton kid, you know, and after his injury, it was Brinsley who actually took over that role as the starting tight end for this program at the end of the season, and he comes into week 1 as the starting tight end. And he's got a really cool journey because he was the Lancer starting safety for a couple years there, and he transitioned into tight end when that position really needed filled. He's just a guy the coaching staff trusts to do anything, and he's proven it. So we'll talk with him coming up.
Yeah, we'll talk with the senior James Brinsley here in a little bit, but first we're going to take a time out, and we'll come back and hear from the commissioner. It's a big week to start things off for the Great Plains Athletic Conference, and the Saturday football report comes up after this 2-minute break. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clarke Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clarke Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Now open near you. Book at leschwab.com.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, August 30. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. Download the GPAC Network in the Android and Apple App Store, on your favorite smart TV, or go to gpacnetwork.com. Welcome back to another year of Great Plains Athletic Conference football. We begin our GPAC Football Saturday reports this year with a look at the preseason poll for the conference. This was released earlier in the month of August as voted on by the coaches. Morningside was the coaches' pick to win the league with 99 points and 9 first-place votes. The Mustangs are the defending conference champions. Northwestern was picked second with 89 and the final 2 first-place votes. Dordt was picked third, Concordia 4, and Midland rounds out the top 5. Starting at number 6, Mount Marty picked 6th by the conference, Hastings was 7, Doane was picked 8th, Dakota Wesleyan 9, Briarcliff 10, and Waldorf, entering their second year in the GPAC, was picked 11th in the preseason ballot. The complete GPAC football coaches poll is available at gpacsports.com, on Instagram GPAC Sports, and on X at GPAC Sports. Coming up after the break, we'll take a look at Week 0 of GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on right after this.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
It's the first Saturday of the GPAC football season for 2025, and Week 0 did get underway on Thursday night in Bismarck, North Dakota. That is where the University of Mary Marauders of the NSIC defeated Midland by the final score of 28-22. That leads us into 6 matchups on this football Saturday, including 2 GPAC matchups this week. GPAC matchup number 1 is in Crete, Nebraska at 6 o'clock, where the Doane Tigers will host the Hastings Broncos at Papik Field. And the second conference matchup is in Orange City at Develois Stadium, Corver Field, as Northwestern will host Waldorf and the Warriors. And it will be Larry Corver Day at Northwestern. The College Football Hall of Fame will be on hand to honor Coach Corver, who will be inducted into the Hall of Fame coming up later this year. The rest of the matchups on Week 0 are non-conference, one of which is a top 5 matchup featuring Morningside traveling to take on Benedictine. Morningside ranked number 3, Benedictine ranked number 4. Mount Marty will travel across the state of Iowa, where they will take on Clarke. Briarcliff will host St. Ambrose in Sioux City. And the Battle of South Dakota is in Mitchell. Dakota State will take on Dakota Wesleyan. The NAIA preseason top 25 poll is out, and Grandview, the defending national champions, are picked number 1. Kaiser is in at number 2. Morningside is ranked 3. Benedictine 4. Again, Morningside Benedictine this week. And coming in at number 5 in the preseason was Montana Western. Northwestern is picked 7th. Dordt 19. Concordia 21 in the preseason top 25 football poll. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report. for August 30. I'm Corey Westra for the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
Have you heard about Slowey Management's latest upgrades at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton? Well, it's some big news. Renovations are being done on all rooms and the hotel's breakfast area. Once all the work is complete, it'll be like stepping into a brand new hotel. If you're arranging rooms for business travelers or family, they will love the incredible improvements at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. And as always, for competitive rates and flexible reservation changes, contact the Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arms, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive SmartWire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
When it's time to celebrate, Pizza Ranch is ready. This is Mike with the Yankton Pizza Ranch. We've got plenty of room and plenty of food on our buffet for everyone, loaded with pizzas, desserts, and the country's best chicken. Everyone leaves a winner, so make it a buffet day at Pizza Ranch of Yankton, available every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Dakota Beverages. We go now to our pregame Lancer profile. Talk to a Lancer player this week. All brought to you by Lewis and Clarke Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. This week, speaking with a senior captain. The full interview is already posted up online. Spoke with James Brinsley on the Lancer Locker earlier this week. Safety turned tight end. We'll tell you all about the journey there, the transition, and what's next for this guy after college. But once again, here's part of that interview with one of these Lancer captains, a senior in James Brinsley.
So you've now been here for a couple years. You're senior, and you have bounced around position-wise, my guy. You have just been all over the field, both offense and defense in different places, but you seem to have settled on now the starting tight end for this team. What's your journey been like here at Mount Marty?
Yes, sir. Well, I came out of high school as a safety and decided safety was probably the way to go. When I came up here 2 seasons ago, I played in that boundary safety position. We call it the rover. Stuck with that for another year after that, and then whenever Rex Reichen went down, I asked the coaches if I can go help the team anywhere else, wherever it needed to be, and we settled on tight end, and I've been trying to learn the offense a little bit more and use my abilities best I can to help the team.
So something you said there, was that you that initiated that conversation that first day after Rex went down last year? For those of you who remember, Rex goes down with an injury, they're All-American tight end, and you went to the coaches and said, hey, I know we need a guy. If you need me, that's me.
Yes, sir.
Wow. So what did that first conversation with the coaches kind of look like when their safety came up and said, hey, if you needed me to play tight end, I can do it?
I think it was pretty good. It was with this conversation with Coach Mick, and I just knew we needed depth in more places. We had a lot of depth at safety. We had a lot of guys. Arthur Oliver is a great player, one of the most athletic guys I've ever played with, and I knew we needed more depth in that tight end position, so I asked if that would be a good idea.
So let's talk about the transition. Before last year, had you ever played tight end before?
I had not, but all throughout my life I was a quarterback, so I knew offense pretty well, and I think in an offensive mindset it helped me a lot at safety, being able to know what an offense is trying to do. So the transition was it was definitely different, but luckily enough we have great coaching staff that explained things very well to me, and I was able to pick it up pretty quickly.
So going forward to this year now, you're going into week 1 or week 0 or whatever it is, I guess, as the team's number 1 option at the tight end spot. Do you feel comfortable yet?
Yes, sir. I feel super comfortable. Great group of guys around me that makes my job a lot easier. And just try to help other receivers get open, try to block for the quarterback, try to block for the running back, try to help the team the best I can. But we have a great group of guys on the offensive side of the ball that do everything for each other. Do your 1/11th is something that Coach Mick always talks about, and we're all doing our job. Things go out pretty well.
So talking to you here for a couple minutes, I'm starting to see why. But you were named a captain this year. What did that mean to you?
It meant a lot. I love this team. This team was a huge deal for me whenever I joined the team. It helped me out, and I was in a very dark place whenever I came here. And it helped me out so much. So to be able to be given that opportunity to lead them in a way that I think that they should be led, and they given me the opportunity to, that vote of confidence was huge for me.
Let's talk a little bit off the field. You're here in school. You're a senior, about to graduate in December, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's your major?
I major in accounting.
So I assume you're trying to be an accountant after just December.
Yes, sir.
So you got a plan then? You're about to graduate and go into the world. You're about to be done with college football. What's your plan?
I'm planning on moving back down to Texas and going for my graduate degree. And while doing that, I have a love for golf. So I'm going to try to get my golf pro card and be able to teach and work in a pro shop somewhere while I'm getting my graduate degree and figuring out my career.
You a good golfer?
I don't think anyone's a good golfer. If you don't get paid for it, then you're not the best.
No, no kidding. I've noticed in golf is with the Mount Marty football team specifically, a lot of golfers on this team. Do you guys go out as a group quite a bit with you and some of the other football golfers?
Definitely. Me and a lot of guys will go out there. It's a great way to just get outside and get moving in a different way than we're used to, and great way to loosen up.
A little bit of friendly competition between teammates.
Oh, very competitive out there.
Who's the best golfer on the football team?
On the football team?
You can say you now.
I think it's probably between Rugby Riken or me. So
okay, there you go. There you go.
I would love to see a bit of a golf showdown between the two of those guys. Anyways, we are back here at KYNT getting ready for Mount Marty football. Thanks to James Brinsley for talking to us this week for a Lancer player profile from Lewis and Clarke Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. More coming up in the pregame show right after this.
Do you have a pest problem? Bed bugs, bats in the attic, termite damage, earwigs? Olson's Pest Technicians can tackle any of your pest problems. Family owned and operated with over 80 years of pest experience in South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa. Proven pest methods include Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatments for bed bugs. Even the toughest pest infestations don't stand a chance. Olson's Pest Technicians, putting pests to rest since 1966. Call 800-KIL-BUGS.
Looking for a job that works for you? Join our team at Parker of Yankton. We're hiring second shift assemblers and other positions, offering competitive wages, a night shift pay differential, great health insurance, paid time off, and retirement benefits that help secure your future. Enjoy steady hours, a supportive team, and opportunities to advance. Whether you're building your skills or bringing years of experience, you'll find a place where you can grow and succeed. Apply today and start enjoying the benefits you deserve.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
The thought of moving can be overwhelming. This is Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I know how to make the process less stressful. The market is just heating up, so if you're thinking of buying or selling, call me and we'll talk about the whole process. And when you're ready, I'll guide you every step of the way. Call me, Deb Speck, with Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
And welcome back to Dalzell Field here in Dubuque, Iowa. Partly cloudy skies, 71 degrees, expecting a high of 75. It was windy earlier. Winds kind of died down 5 to 10 miles per hour. Shouldn't really be much of a factor here today in Dubuque, Iowa, home of the Clarke University Pride. They're playing host to the Mount Marty Lancers today. Kickoff of the 2025 football season. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here, and we talked to Tehl earlier about a lot of the new faces, but there is a connection to past players. For example, Daniel Pierce is going to be starting today. He played with Tyree Morrison in junior college ball, transfer in from Harding, and also that connection with Tyree Morrison, former running back for the Lancers. You know, he played with some of the guys that have transferred into the program this year, and that's kind of that connection that brings in those transfer players.
It really says a lot of good things about a football program when your players become recruiters.
Yeah.
They're trying to get everybody they know to come here as well because they say, hey, this is a program you want to be a part of. It says a lot of good things about a program.
Yes, and there's also some other transfers in from Pasadena Community College. You know, some of the other players coming in, transferring from Iowa Central, and a guy that we're looking forward to seeing, defensive end, Delonte Dickey. He's a transfer from Nebraska Kearney. Not starting today, but expecting to get a lot of play on that defensive line. And one of the interesting players coming from Butte Community College, that's Butte, California, I should say, is a backup linebacker, Zane Grigorovich. He is from Australia. And welcome to everyone in Australia who may be listening in. Zane, a freshman there, expected to get some playing time at an outside linebacker position.
Oh, we love it. We love some of the really, really far ones. You know, we've talked at length about the connection that Mount Marty seems to have at Texas and in California, out in Hawaii,
Right. Yep.
and now the land down under in Australia. We love it.
And I don't know. I've never been to Australia. I've had friends of mine that's been there. So
Oh,
good
I'd love
day,
to
mate.
go.
I guess
I'd
I don't
love
know
to
what
go.
they say down there. But anyway, a lot of new faces and some familiar faces. Brock Lubers, Isaac Crownover. They're going to be the leaders on that linebacking core.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of guys that we talked about at length last year. Brock Lubers, you know, he got a little bit of playing time. We saw him a little bit last year. He's semi-local out of Sioux Falls, comes in, and he's now going to be that starting role. Also, Cole Cripps coming in out of Post Falls, Indiana. Another senior that's going to be playing in the middle. And another local guy in Isaac Crownover, a guy that we have talked about before because he's just from down the road in Tyndall, South Dakota, played at Bonham High School, finally getting the start in his junior year. The coaches have been very high on that guy for a long time, repeatedly saying the only reason he's not a starter is because there's a senior over him.
Yeah, there was a senior-dominated linebacking core last year, and so some of these guys did get playing time, but didn't, you know, maybe could have started in other places, decided to stick with this program here. Another guy back on that offensive line, Nick Bunkers from Roosevelt High School in Sioux Falls.
You guys will remember him, not from last year, but from 2 years ago. Beef, the nickname of the big center, 6'1", 270-pound junior out of Roosevelt, was not with the program last year, ended up having to take kind of a gap year in there, but you remember 2 years ago was their starting center and a really good anchor on the offensive line. Beef is back.
And examining the Clarke University Pride under head coach Adam Hicks, this was a team that struggled last year. They only scored 13.5 points per game, and they were giving up 42 points per game on defense. Their rushing game on the year held to under 100 yards per game, 182 through the air. And Carson Estrada is a big quarterback, 6'4", 255 pounds, but he struggled last year, only completing 43% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, while racking up 1,668 yards through the air. But a lot of his main pass receivers no longer with the program. Their leading receiver back is Jackson Ostrander, a sophomore from right here in Dubuque. He had 39 catches. Isaac Guerrero had 14. And that's pretty much it. I mean, they have a new look offense, including Caleb Perry, a running back who didn't play last year. So for Clarke, again, a lot of question marks. Can they get a better running game going, and can Carson Estrada cut down on those turnovers?
That is really the big question, is the turnovers. As you said, 8 touchdowns to 14 interceptions. A redshirt freshman last year, you know, getting his feet wet in college football. A year in, a year more comfortable. He needs to take that next step. And it's going to be an interesting day against this Mount Marty Lancer defense because it's a defense that there's a big question mark next to it. Not because of anything negative, very simply because there's a lot of new faces. We simply, to put it as plain as possible, we really don't know how good this Lancer defense is going to be this year because there's so many new faces. There was a great defense last year, and there's so many good players on that roster that graduated. This could be a team where they reload, and that's what obviously Lancer fans are hoping for, and Clarke is about to find out here what it is with this Lancer defense, their first look.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show for Mount Marty football. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back and we'll hear from the head coach of the Pride of Clarke University. That's Adam Hicks. And this coach's interview going to be brought to you by Fairfield of Marriott and the Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're going to take a 2-minute break and come back and hear from Coach Hicks of Clarke University right here on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? Sports injuries can happen quickly, posing threats to your health and ability to participate in your regular athletic activities. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. Chiropractic care can provide pain relief from sore and aching muscles and lead to faster recovery after workout by easing the inflammation you experience, like stiffness, pain, or restricted movement. Visit with us about managing your sports injuries. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska, visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmock cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Dakota Beverage as we go now to our opposing coach interview, Coach Hicks of Clarke University. We talked with him earlier this week about his program and what Mount Marty's going to be facing out on the field. This brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct. Here is that conversation with Coach Hicks of Clarke University, all about this game. Coach Hicks, first of all, thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming and talking with me. Welcome back, football.
Absolutely.
So just like Mount Marty, you are at the helm of a new program as well, only been here since 2018. Can you tell me about the growth you have seen?
Yeah, I'm going in my third year as head coach here. I was previously the defensive coordinator, and, we had a decent first year. We won 3 games, still not as many as I would have liked, and, felt like we took a huge step back last year with our performance. We had a lot of new faces last year on offense, especially at the quarterback position. So, we had some growing pains there. But going into year 3, obviously you have, a couple of years now to reevaluate everything and take a step back and look at everything that you're doing. And, we made some changes this offseason in our program, kind of how we operate, how we do things. What we emphasize, and it really started paying dividends during the spring. We started seeing guys buying in a little more, started seeing a turnaround in production in some guys, and then that rolled into the summer. We had a good amount of guys in Dubuque over the summer working out, and then obviously when you have that, then it makes fall camp transition a whole lot easier. We did bring in quite a many new faces with transfers and freshmen in the signing class, and we're pleased with what we brought in, and we have some guys that we'll be seeing the field on Saturday that are new, so we're excited.
Let's talk about the game itself coming up here against Mount Marty University to start off the season against a GPAC foe once again. Can you tell me what you have been seeing from the Mount Marty Lancers and how you're kind of preparing for them and what your strategy is going to be going into the first game of the year?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously they kind of taken the same path that we took. You know, we started our football program in 2018 and played our first season in 2019, and I believe – you know, Mount Marty was 2 or 3 years behind us on that. I think 21 might have been their first season, if I'm correct. So, yeah, you know, we understand kind of each other on how starting a program from scratch and then building a program. You know, so definitely know what those coaches and players have been through. And, you know, watching tape last year, obviously, you know, first game of the year are always kind of up in the air because you never know what you're going to see once game time comes because you're basing off of film from last year. And, you know, obviously schemes can change, coaches can change, and obviously players change. So, you know, we're preparing for what we've seen, and then obviously, you know, throwing in some wrinkles and some things that we feel like can attack us scheme-wise, offensively and defensively. So kind of being prepared for everything. But, you know, Mount Marty, I mean, they look good on the O-line. You know, the quarterback is a heck of a player. I think he's going to be a junior this year, but he knows how to use his legs and knows how to get the ball out quick when the numbers are in his favor to get it out on the perimeter. So our defense is definitely going to have a challenge. We definitely got to stop the run. Those 2 running backs that are back from last year are dang good players, and they know how to run behind the pads. So our D-line and linebackers got to stop the run, and our secondary's got to have good eyes on the back end on a lot of the double moves and the screen and goes that they've shown to run in the past. So it's definitely going to be, you know, something to watch out for there on the offense. They can, Mount Marty can definitely score points. So we got to make sure we're living in those big plays. And then defensively, I feel like they graduated a few guys, a few playmakers that were flying around in those last few games. You know, looking at the roster and the 2 deep, it looked like some of those guys are gone. But you know, that's how the thing goes, and they've had a lot of guys in the program for quite a while now, so they're juniors and seniors, but maybe they might not have had the playing time, you know, in those past years. But we're definitely, you know, prepared for that, and offensively, I feel like we got a good game plan to attack those guys on Saturday.
Coach Hicks, thank you very much for your time, and good luck on Saturday.
Absolutely, thank you.
That from the Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct. Looking for the perfect place to get together with friends and family, watch the game, and enjoy some of the best wings in town? Make plans to visit Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. It doesn't matter what team you cheer for, your game day cravings are covered. Enjoy the action while you dig into mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and stacked sandwiches. Open Tuesday through Sunday, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite spot for food, friends, and sports. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American-themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor, family-driven, and a memorable atmosphere. Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar, next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wintz of the Wintz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Winston Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff of the 2025 football season. Mount Marty Lancers on the road into Dubuque, Iowa to take on the pride of Clarke University. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And let's meet the starting lineups. That's being brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. With the starting lineups for our squads today, here's Tehl Tanner.
Started off with the big boys up front for the Mount Marty Lancers as usual. The big left tackle, a 320-pound junior out of Grandview, Missouri in Desmond Taylor. Left guard, a senior, 270-pound senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, Zach Carlson. The 270-pound junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, that's Beef, Nick Bunkers back. The right guard, 285-pound sophomore out of North Platte, Nebraska, Alex Gove. And the right tackle, junior out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, 280-pound David Grabo. Go to the pass catcher, started off with the tight end. We spoke to him a little earlier in this pregame show. This 6'2", 225-pound senior out of Seguin, Texas, that's James Brinsley. Go to the wide receivers. In the slot, it'll be a 6'2", 235-pound sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska, and Jack Rowland. Wide receivers, 6 foot, 190-pound junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, in Jackson Waholtz. And Rodney Brodnack's back again, the 215-pound junior out of Cleveland, Tennessee. Your starting running back today, 210-pound sophomore out of Gayville, South Dakota, in Kyle Hirsch. You will see a lot of Malachi Hartz as well, the 225-pound senior out of California. And the starting quarterback for the Mount Marty Lancers, the 6 foot, 195-pound sophomore out of Yankton, South Dakota, Rugby Riken.
Last year, the Lancers averaged 169 yards per game on the ground, 150 through the air, 319 overall. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front again, the 250-pound sophomore left end out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, and Bryson Mitchell. The nose tackle, senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Lane Ferguson. And the right end, a senior out of Mount Shasta, California, 290-pound senior, and DJ Brown. Your linebackers on the outside on the left, sophomore out of Pearland, Texas, 6'2", 225-pound Kevon Rogers. On the other end, Isaac Crownover, the 6'1", 215-pound junior out of Tyndall, South Dakota. Your middle linebackers, 5'11", 218-pound senior out of Post Falls, Indiana, in Cole Cripps. And the middle linebacker out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 6', 210 junior in Brock Lubers. Your secondary, your two corners starting, Devin Mays, a 5'8", 170-pound senior out of Monrovia, California. On the other end, Asmaram Muhammad returning for his senior year, 5'10", 185-pound senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. Your safeties, your strong safety, 6'2", 190-pound junior out of Oxnard, California, and Daniel Pierce. And your free safety out of Metairie, Louisiana, 5'10", 200-pound junior in Arthur Oliver.
Last year, the Lancer defense only recorded 11 sacks, but they did have 8 interceptions. I believe 2 of them were returned for touchdowns. Quick correction, Cole Cripps out of Post Falls, Idaho.
Oh, excuse me.
No worries there. The Lancers gave up 155 yards per game on the ground, 196 through the air, 351 total. Let's meet the starting offense for Clarke University.
Started off up front again with the offensive line. Left tackle, 240-pound junior out of Little Rock, Arkansas, in Jalen Williams. Left guard, David Espino, a 300-pound junior out of Pompano Beach, Florida. The center, 240-pound fifth-year senior out of Des Moines, Iowa, in Ahmed Shamila. The right guard, Wolfgang Horner, a junior out of Imperial, California, 305. And the right tackle, 285-pound senior out of Boynton Beach, Florida, in Joy Pagan. Wide receivers started off with the 6'3", 180-pound sophomore out of Centerville, Iowa, and Riley Hawkins. Another wide receiver, 5'11", 165-pound sophomore out of Dubuque, Iowa, hometown kid in Jackson Ostrander. And wide receiver, Isaac Guerrero, 5'10", 175-pound sophomore out of El Paso, Texas, as well. For your halfback, a 6', 225-pound senior out of Davie, Florida, Zach Reinhart. And another running back here, 6 foot, 210-pound sophomore out of Bartsville, Oklahoma, Caleb Perry. Your quarterback, Carson Estrada, redshirt sophomore, 6'4", 225 pounds out of 29 Palms, California.
The Pride only averaged 95.5 yards per game on the ground, 182 through the air, 277 total, just 13.5 points per game. Let's meet the Clarke University defense.
Roll through it quick here. Left end, 230-pound sophomore out of Ankeny, Iowa in Leo Aguirre. The nose tackle, Marquise DeFrand, a 290-pound junior out of Davie, Florida. Right end, 265-pound sophomore out of Sunrise, Florida, and Anderson Delva. Your linebackers on the outside, Marcus Player, 230-pound junior out of Tampa, Florida. On the other end, 185-pound junior out of Arvada, Colorado, in Steele Fredericks. For your middle linebackers, Cody Kautz, a 180-pound junior out of Whittier, California. And your other middle linebacker, senior out of Mississippi, and Jaden Warren, 225-pound, 6-foot middle linebacker. Your secondary, 5'11", 160-pound senior out of Montgomery, Alabama, in Jordan Summage. On the other end, Chadlin Seymour, 190-pound junior out of Pooler, Georgia. Strong safety, Cam Shore, a 185-pound senior out of Baytown, Texas, and your free safety, 170-pound senior out of Neptune, New Jersey, in Myson Rush Esdale.
The Pride gave up 164 yards per game on the ground average last year, 183 through the air, 347 total, but they gave up 42 points per game in going 1-10 in 2024. The Lancers 6-5 in last year's campaign. And our starting lineups, once again, brought to you by Foreman Charters. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll have a conversation with Coach Micheletti. That's brought to you by Sureco. When you need to make it sure, or when you need to be sure, I should say, make it Sureco. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. You are listening to KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmock cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
Recently, a small business owner came into the UPS store to pick up a banner we printed for her latest event. As we rolled it up, she asked if we also designed brochures. The answer? Absolutely, we can help with that too. For over 7 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping customers with all kinds of printing, from large banners to detailed brochures. Come see us today and find out how we can assist with your next big project. And don't forget to ask about our print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Canada's Bike and Fitness, and we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
All right, let's go straight to our pregame coach interview now from Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Earlier this week, I spent almost 20 minutes talking with the head coach of the Lancers and John Micheletti on this week's edition of the Lancer Locker. You'll find it on KYN TV YouTube or KYNT Facebook. Just find the Lancer Locker from Monday evening at 5:30. But for now, we spent a little bit of time talking about the growth of the program in Clarke University in this game. You'll listen to that part of the interview right now on KYNT's pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite.
So when we talk about the growth of the program, one of the ways that it is just off the charts, you're able to see it, literally see it, is the coaching staff. When you take a look at the sheer numbers of guys you have coaching this team, go back to 5 years ago, going into the inaugural season, you had, 5 coaches on the roster total? What do you got this year, 18, 19?
Yep. If you want to count the strength staff as well, which we do because those guys are the head coaches of our football program in the offseason, but a great job by our athletic director, Andy Bernardo, giving us the support that we need to kind of operate and keeping good guys around. We had 3 great GAs last year that are going into their second year this year, and Coach Guest, Coach Sorensen, and Coach Ludeman. And so usually you can't hire new GAs until those guys are all the way through. But, having Coach Perkins now, they call him Big P, and Coach Klein and Coach Lambeth, knowing that those guys were such good leaders when they were here and good examples, be able to keep them around and get those guys started a little bit early, allowed the staff to grow. And then Coach Reichen wanted to be able to stick around and being able to help out when he can. And Coach Norman, same way, and Coach Fitzgerald as well. So a lot of those names that a lot of the fans have heard for some time are sticking around Lancer football. And that's what makes me proud of this program because they feel ownership within it as well and a sense of pride that they want to make sure that they can still help Lancer football in the best way they can.
You graduated 35 seniors last year, which is, first of all, that's an insane number, and kudos to you for the retention. But you got to replace those guys all on the field. This is going to be a new-look Lancers team this year. What can you tell me, just overall thoughts of how this team has come together?
Yeah, very well. I think the first spot you look at, and to me, 2 areas where you judge a culture of a football team when you're able to look at a team on a Saturday afternoon is the offensive line and how well they click together. And I think Coach Wiebelhaus has done an outstanding job. You have, Graybo, who's played quite a bit, Gove, who got his feet wet a little bit last year as a freshman, and then Desmond Taylor, who's getting ready to head into his junior year. Played quite a bit last year, and then we had Beef, good old Nick Bunkers coming back after taking a year off. So there are some guys that have some snaps, but those guys buying in and showing their love for each other and commitment to the program has really started to lead our team and our offense. And then the other part that really judges the culture, I think, is special teams, because that is a hodgepodge of offensive, defensive guys. It's guys that may not be the best guy at throwing the ball or catching the ball or something like that, but they're willing to do whatever they can for the team. And if it's taking on a double team so somebody else can make a play, that's what's asked, and that's what they're able to do. So Coach Zook has taken over our special teams and has done a great job with that, and you can see the culture and the want to out there on our special teams groups.
So let's talk about Clarke, Coach. Last year, Clarke University goes 1-10 overall. They did go 0-6 in their conference. They did have one similar opponent to your 2, actually, if you count your non-conference game versus Culver Stockton. They lost both of those, one to Midland 45-7 down in Fremont, and then to Culver Stockton 38-21. But last year's last year. This year's a different year. What can you tell me about Clarke and how you're preparing for them?
Yeah, they're almost a complete different team. They had a huge recruiting class, brought in quite a bit of transfers, and a lot of the key pieces that they needed to stay have stayed. So they're building, and they're very athletic. That's the number one thing when we show on their tape. Like, they are fast. So being able to slow them down a little bit, cause a little bit of confusion when we can, and things like that will be the main part. But with it being the first game, we really got to make sure we concentrate on ourselves. Making sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. There's no dumb penalties. We can't be a lack of attention, not being able to pick up a formation or a signal that we got. Take care of the ball, and obviously then we'll tie into those 7 commandments that we talked about is kind of our main focus going into Clarke. There's enough obstacles with an overnight trip and later farther travel and things like that. But to be a little bit selfish, this game is really special to me because it's very close to my hometown. So I get to actually have my family come to a game. So that's awesome. And some of the guys that I played with are texting me, say, hey, I'm going to come up there and check you out. So you better put on a show.
There's going to be a whole fan section just for the head coach right behind the Lancer stands. That's going to be great.
Yes, sir.
I really hope they have one of those signs, just a massive sign with your face on it.
I got a big enough head. Just make it a life-size one. It might block out the sun. So
we'll play in the shade.
Exactly.
Back to school is an exciting time for students. It can also be a very stressful time. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. Heavy backpacks can cause injuries in children, so start the year off right and make sure your child's backpack weighs no more than 5 to 10% of their body weight and doesn't hang more than 4 inches below the waistline. For pain or discomfort resulting from backpack use, call First Chiropractic Centers. Making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care, whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family. Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile. Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
And we are back for our final segment of the Dakota Beverage pregame show for Mount Marty football. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We are less than 5 minutes away from kickoff of today's game between the Pride of Clarke University and the Lancers of Mount Marty football. And I tell you what, it's a great atmosphere here, 75 degrees, mostly sunny skies, a little bit of clouds, a little bit of wind, but a great day weather-wise to start the football season. Teams out on the field. We'll bring you the colors of the game, brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton and get more from Les. Mount Marty dressed in the road white uniforms with the navy blue numbers and letters, gold trousers, and the gold helmets. Clarke University in their gold home uniforms, the white numbers and letters, dark blue helmets, dark blue pants, and the team captains about to make their way to the center of the field for the coin toss for today's game. Final thoughts, Tehl, as we are just moments away from kickoff.
Yeah, well, we know what the Lancer strategy is going to be today. They love to run the ball, and that's going to be exactly what we're going to see from their offense to start off the season. They're going to focus on themselves today. That's exactly what you want to do in a non-conference game. We're going to really get a look at what this defense is as well and how they like to fly around the field. For Clarke, they've got to really start this game strong. The first quarter is going to be so important for this game. We talked about how many transfers they kind of brought in this year and how new this team looks. And when you have that many new faces, the very first quarter of the season might be the most important quarter of the season. It sets the tone for it all. It lets everybody who came in know this is how we play football. They've got to get off to a good first quarter.
And for both teams, it's not making those mistakes, the false starts, the offsides, the procedure penalties. We're going to probably see a lot of that. That happens at
First
every
game of the
level.
year.
Football, I don't care if it's high school, college, or the pros. You're going to see that more often than not as the team captains shake hands at the middle of the field. And in a moment, we will have the coin toss. And we would think whoever wins the coin toss, 9 times out of 10, they want to put their defense on the field first. Another thing as well is how complicated. How complicated do you want your offenses to be? Do you go to the basics, stick with the bread and butter for both Clarke and Mount Marty, or maybe, hey, let's throw a few curveballs out there and try something early on?
There'll be a couple of curveballs, but for the most part, I'm referencing last year's game versus Clover Stockton, the non-conference game for the Lancers. They did not show a whole lot. They really kept their offense specifically very simple and kept it to the basics.
All right, so Clarke has won the toss. They will receive, so that means Mount Marty will get the second half kickoff. So it'll be the Lancer defense stepping on the field first as the team captains shake hands at the 50-yard line now retreat to their respective sidelines. So Clarke wanting to put their offense on the field. Last year it struggled, only scoring 13.5 points per game. And a great test early on now for the Lancer defense. Man, if they can go 3 and out right away, that would be fantastic.
We're going to see a lot of new faces on this defense, and I cannot wait to start it. This is exactly the start I was hoping to get in terms of the coin toss. I wanted to see the Lancer defense on the field first, especially this linebacker core where there's just so many faces different up front, the front seven in general. That is going to be a really, really good test to start the year to see how good they are and how well they're going to be playing against these GPAC foes starting next week.
You know, when the team ran out onto the field, you know, they had the Lancers flag and, of course, the flag of the United States. And for the first time in a few years, John Carlstead wasn't carrying that flag. Of course, he graduated last year, served our nation in the United States Marine Corps before going to college and pursuing his degree, and was an outstanding player for Mount Marty the last several years. But he has graduated and moved on, and he was always the guy carrying red, white, and blue out there.
Yes, he was. A good dude for sure. This Lancers team, we talked about it. The new faces in college football, that's just how college football works every year. But more so this year for the Lancers just because they're so new in their program. They had 4-year starters there from freshman all the way up in the first year back in 2021. Those guys are finally gone, and now new faces have taken over the program in year 5.
John Lilly will be doing the kickoff duties. Camden Vance will be doing the place kicking for field goals and extra points. He will do the punting duties as well, but it's John Lilly that gets the kickoff assignment duty for the Lancers. Dropping back deep are Caleb Perry and Riley Hawkins. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. The 5th year for Mount Marty football. The 2025 season about to get underway here at Dalzell Field in Dubuque, Iowa. Sunny skies, partly cloudy, 72 degrees, very slight wind, shouldn't affect much of anything today. Gorgeous weather for college football kicking off all across America this weekend. We'll keep you up to date on the other scores. Only one other GPAC game happening right now. That's Benedictine playing host to Morningside down in Kansas. And here's the kickoff, high end over end kick, and we are underway. And that's going to be Hawkins at the 15-yard line. Has a block at the 20. Gets to the 30. Tackle near the 34-yard line. Good return by the Pride.
Yeah, a little bit of a special teams whoopsie to start the game for the Mount Marty Lancers. Slipped by a tackle and had a lane there for a second. There was about one guy left before that guy was going to tear down the right sideline with an open field in front of him. So one tackle away.
Yep, Tyree Shorter making the special teams tackle for Mount Marty. And here we go, 1st and 10. The Pride operating left to right on your radio dial. First possession of the season, and they'll work out of the shotgun set, and it's a handoff straight up the middle, and that is going to be Caleb Perry, the sophomore running back. Doesn't get much to about the 37, gain of 3.
Trevor Lambeth is going to be back in the safety position to start things off. He was the backup free safety on the 2 deep we received. No Arthur Oliver to start the game.
Quick lineup, quick pass, caught, and a 2-yard gain for Hawkins, the tight end, out on the right side. Actually, they split him out as a wide receiver. Not really a true tight end in this game for Clarke. They really operate with, well, call it 4 wide receivers. Zach Reinhardt listed as an H-back, but he will line up at a tight end position on 3rd down. Drop back, look, pass over the middle, tipped into the air, tapped in, complete at the line of scrimmage. That was almost caught by a lineman. Intended receiver was at the sticks at the 44, but that was Estrada throwing into double coverage. Incomplete.
Yeah, double coverage right over the middle of the field. Lancers get a big paw on that one, and that is 4th down. Lancers do get the 3 and out to start the season.
And they almost got one of their defensive linemen who got a pick.
Yeah, it was very close.
I tell you, that's the defensive lineman's dream. And we had one of those last year,
yes,
defensive lineman getting an interception. But that was a
Dalen Norman.
Dalen Norman got the interception last year. And here comes Gustav Norberg Risto to punt it away. Dropping back deep is Daniel Pierce. He'll stand at his own 23-yard line. He's looking away from the sun. Low snap, collected, short punt, hangs in the air, caught at the 30. Pierce straight ahead. He'll get 4 yards to the 34, and that's all. This is a north-south field, and now the Lancers have the sun at their back, and they will operate right to left on your radio dial. So the defense does its job. Early on here, 13:54 left, first quarter, no score, and the Lancer offense on the field for the very first time this year, led by Rugby Riken.
Yeah, take a look at that redshirt sophomore in Rugby Riken. Yankton kid, grew up in Yankton, now playing for Mount Marty. 16 touchdowns to 11 interceptions last year. 150 of 266 for 1,600 yards. That's 56% completion percentage.
And they'll try a jet sweep with a wide receiver tackle behind the line of scrimmage. That was Broadnax, and he'll lose about 3 yards on the play running to his right. Clarke defense had that one sniffed out.
Yeah, going back to last year, you remember the early season, the end around to Rodney Broadnax was actually a very popular play to start the year. And go back to it.
Yeah, the Pride had that one well scouted. Second down and about 12. The ball actually was originally spotted at the 33, back now to the 31. Second down and 12 from the 31. Pistol formation. Here comes Waholes in motion. Handoff up the middle. Hirsch runs into a wall, gets a yard, and that is all. Not much there. Pride defense pretty stellar on the first two plays from scrimmage.
Yeah, that front seven's really getting a good push right now against the Lancers offensive line. The jet sweep, obviously, tackle on the edge there. Edge kept his position and did his job on first down. Second down, you get only a yard. Goes back to that first down, though. You go backwards on first down. It really makes things difficult. Now third and long.
Yep, third down and 11. 12:45 and counting. First quarter, no score. First possession of the game for the Lancers. Out of the shotgun, Riken, straight drop back. Now steps up, rolls to his right, throws on the run. Got a man, caught at the 40-yard line. And that is a great catch by Kyle Hirsch coming out of the backfield, and they are in Pride territory. First down, Mount Marty.
Yeah, out of the backfield, running back, a little bit of a wheel, I believe, there.
Yep.
Just got outside, down that right sideline. Riken finds him, had good protection, and the Lancers convert on third down again. That's something they did very well last year. In fact, better than anybody else in the country. Number one in the country in third down conversion rate in the entire NAIA last year with 54% on the money down.
From the 41-yard line of the Pride, first down and 10 Lancers. Receivers either side, pistol formation. It'll be a handoff, and here's Malachi Hartz into the game, skips past the man at the 35, still on his feet at the 30, muscles ahead to the 25. The scrum still moving forward to near the 21-yard line. Hard running by Malachi Hartz.
About 20 yards on it. Malachi Hart's exactly what we saw him do last year. Just run in hard. Got up a little slowly there, but he's up and good. Looks like he was grabbing his glove off the ground. Got ripped off his hand.
I thought there was a penalty flag, but that was actually the glove of Malachi Hartz, who got a big gainer. First and 10 Lancers. They're near the red zone, and it's Hartz up the middle again. Shifting, but doesn't get much to the 20, gain of 1. Mount Marty football brought to you today by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectation with Core Trust, member FDIC. And I got to make mention here, the first half of today's game brought to you by Dakota Mac. Now, whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more.
Kyle Hirsch back in the game for the Lancers now, splitting out as a wide receiver, but the running back, that 1-2 is going to be big this year with Hirsch and Hartz.
Yeah, now Hirsch moves back into the backfield to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun. Fake, rollout, Riken in trouble, being pursued, dances away, throws towards the sideline, and it's going to be caught in the end zone. Touchdown in the left corner. It's Kyle Hirsch. And the Lancers score. What a play by Riken to stay alive.
A little bit of a broken play there, too. Rugby Riken doing what Rugby Riken does and refusing to go down. It was Clarke that sent a man from that right edge, got right into the backfield, in the face of the quarterback. He retreats, jabs to his left, spins around, able to avoid the sack, floats it to the back left pylon, and Hirsch was waiting for it. That was a beautiful play from the Lancers on a bit of a broken play. Just a scramble drill. Hirsch got open. Riken stayed alive, as he's so good at doing. Touchdown, Lancers.
Yeah, and that was that fake to Hirsch, who ran to his left, and he just kept going and found himself open in the left corner of the end zone. The point after kick is up and good by Camden Vance. 11:14 left to go, first quarter. Lancers 7. Clarke University nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
They say tomorrow is always coming, but never arrives. It's always just beyond today. Not true when it comes to internet. Tomorrow's technology is already here. We'll need solutions that are even faster, smarter, and more secure. So let's go. Let's go to a place where Midco Internet connects you to all the possibilities of tomorrow. That's where we're going today. Midco. Let's go beyond.
Lancers, 6 plays, 67 yards, 240 time of possession, and it's a 20-yard pass from Reichen to Hirsch, and the Lancers strike first. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Gorgeous day in Dubuque, Iowa. We're at Dalzell Field, home of the Clarke University Pride, and the Lancers have a great start to the season here in quarter number 1.
Something we saw a lot from Kyle Hirsch last season. He's a guy who can really catch the ball very well as a running back. He ended up being the Lancers' 3rd leading receiver on the year as a running back with 29 receptions last year, 205 yards, and 2 touchdowns, his 3rd career receiving touchdown.
High end over end kick, and it's going to be fielded by Perry. He's across the 20 to the 25, cut down near the 29-yard line. And that's where the Pride will set up 1st and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you today by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les.
Absolutely nowhere to go on that special teams return for the Lancers. Gave a lane last time out to open the game. That one, they just swarmed him.
And now Carson Estrada steps back out onto the field, the sophomore. 3 and out, almost got picked off on that opening drive. He'll operate out of the shotgun, 1st and 10 from the left hash mark. He has 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out and 2 out to the right. Play action, drops back, looking, pressured, rolls to his left, wants to run, being pursued. He'll just run out of bounds as he is forced out of bounds by Lane Ferguson, the senior, out of Roosevelt.
Got about a yard, but that is all.
And I think that was a smart play by Estrada. He had nothing downfield. Don't try to force it. Just take what you can. And now the referee stopped play. I think they have to respot the ball. It was a gain of 1 on the scramble.
Yeah, they spotted it in the wrong spot. They had it on the line of scrimmage. They needed to move it forward a yard.
Yep. 2nd down and 9 coming up for the Pride. Out of the shotgun, it's going to be handoff. Perry tries up the middle, and he's swarmed under after a 2-yard gain. A lot of white jerseys there.
3rd down again, in danger of doing their 2nd straight 3 and out to start the game are the Pride.
Yep, they're looking at 3rd down and at least 7 coming up. The ball's at the 32-yard line, 1st quarter. 7-0 Lancers here early on. 4-man front now, and now the Pride will look to the sideline. They'll straighten up on that line, getting the play signaled in late. They still got 15 on the play clock. A lot of time to set things up. Estrada signals to either side. He's got 1 receiver to the left, 3 out to the right, claps his hands, and we've got a whistle. I think they
false
might
start.
Did they false start, or was it a delay of game? Either way, it's going to be against the offense. It is false start against the Pride, and they're going to flag. I believe that was Wolfgang Horner. They said 69. I think they meant 79. That's his uniform number.
Yeah, it looks like. No, there's 69 out there. Somebody that is not listed on our... No, Wolfgang... I think Wolfgang Horner is wearing 69 on the roster that we've got here.
Okay, so it is Horner that was tagged. And now straight drop back. Middle screen incomplete at the 25-yard line. Heavy pressure being brought by the Lancers, and Estrada had to throw that one really early, and Isaac Crownover was bearing in on the intended receiver. Even if that receiver catches that pass, he's going nowhere with Crownover right in his face.
Crownover was about to make life difficult, so... 3 and out once again, a penalty in there. We knew we were going to see a couple of false starts in this game. That was the first penalty of the season for either team, and 4th down, punt incoming.
9:53 left, 1st quarter. Lancers 7, Clarke University nothing, and that will be Norberg Risto punting from his own 15. High punt. Pierce at the 40, slips past 1 man, but not the 2nd man. Good open field tackle at the 43, and a little pushing and shoving there, but that was Cal Bennett making the special teams tackle for the Pride. Mount Marty football brought to you today by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Of course, we got a 3-day weekend here. Labor Day on Monday, and of course the traditional kickoff to the college football season. And pretty much everybody in the GPAC in action this weekend, as we have 1st and 10 from the 43. Handoff, Hart's up the middle across the 45 to midfield. Got a good gain of about 7. Hart's on the run. Of course, one team already played. I believe Midland lost to Mary University, a Division II school. That was 28-22. That was on Thursday night. So a good showing by Midland going on the road playing a D2 school.
Yeah, absolutely. Close one there for Midland, a team that's going to be a game that Lancers certainly have earmarked. The last 2 years, some crazy fourth quarter comebacks down multiple possessions against the Midland Warriors down at their place this year late in the season. That'll be fun.
That'll be the last game of the season on November 15th. Here it's 2nd down and 3. Reichen looking downfield, throws to the sideline, incomplete at the 40-yard line. Broadnack's the intended receiver, but a good defensive play by Cam Shore, the senior out of Baytown, Texas.
Yeah, that was the second read there for Reichen. He wanted Carbajal down the right hash, going on a straight go route, one-on-one, just didn't quite have the separation. Got off him, goes to the left side of the field. Close play there, but good play from the defensive back. Knocked that one out.
Yeah, Jacob Carbajal, backup wide receiver out of Oxnard, California. He's a sophomore. Expect some big things from him this year as Heath goes in motion. Pistol formation, 3rd down and 3, and I think we got a false start. Penalty flags fly.
Well, that'll be a bad one there on 3rd and 3. Make it 3rd and much longer, and Clark's clapping.
Yep, false start on the offense. They got Nick Bunkers that time. And
the center.
Yep, 3rd down and 8 coming up now for Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
I don't know. I was raised to believe the center's always right. I don't know how there could have been false start in there. No, I'm kidding. Clearly a little bit of a jerk or a head movement, something like that.
There's definitely movement on that line. We have 8:56 left to go. First quarter, Lancers up 7-0. Here in Dubuque, Iowa, home of the Clarke University Pride. 2 receivers either side. Straight drop back, throw left side, incomplete, way overshot. Carbajal, the intended receiver at the 45-yard line. Punting unit will come out for Mount Marty.
Yeah, I had to change the play call after that penalty. You know, you got 3rd and 3. You've been running the ball very well. It looked like that might be what they're trying to do again. Penalty comes in. All of a sudden, 3rd and 8. You try a quick out route. Good coverage there. Ball sailed a little bit too, but the penalty is really what ended that drive.
The punter is Camden Vance, new to the program this year. He stands at his own 31-yard line. Low snap, he fumbles it, and he gets it away, but it was tipped. It bounces near midfield, and that's going to be picked up by Crownover, who's running down the sideline. Is that a live football?
I believe it is.
Well, I believe that was Crownover on special teams who got the football. It was kicked away, but is that going to be Clarke University football back near midfield, or is that a live football?
Well, the call is it was tipped.
It was tipped. That it was. I saw that.
It was tipped and
the referee signaled. So is that a live football or not? Or if it isn't, the Lancers have it 1st down and 10 at the 8-yard line. If not, we're going to go back near midfield where it's going to be Clarke University football. And now the referee crew is converting because
I will say the place they are having the conversation is right where the ball would be spotted if Clarke takes over on offense here.
I believe
and that's what we're doing.
I think Clark's going to get the football near midfield because that's where it was touched by a Lancers player. Kick was tipped. Ball went beyond the line of scrimmage. Recovered by the kicking team. Clark's ball at the 49-yard line, 1st down and 10 Pride. So the referees confer, and a little too good to be true if you were a Lancers fan there. But the defense trots out on the field. The ball will be at the Lancer 49-yard line with 8:37 left to go, first quarter. Mount Marty on top of Clarke University, 7-0. But great field position now for the Pride as their offense trots back out on the field. They'll slot 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun formation for the 255-pound sophomore, Carson Estrada. Stares over the defense, has 1 running back standing to his right. Claps his hands, wants to throw. Over the middle, high and incomplete, out of bounds at the 35-yard line. Sailed it over the head of Riley Hawkins, the wide receiver out of Centerville, Iowa.
A good 1-2 that we're going to see a lot of this year in the secondary. Arthur Oliver and Asbara Muhammad were the 2 in coverage over there.
Yeah, there was double coverage there. Quick snap, handoff. It's going to be Perry up the middle, has a hole across the 45-yard line, and Caleb Perry gets to the 42. It's a good gain of about 7. 3rd down and 3 coming up, and Clarke operating in a hurry now. They come quickly to the line of scrimmage. Now they'll look to the sideline. Estrada signals his teammates. 3rd down and 3. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's going to be a handoff. Perry dances in the backfield. He's shut down. No gain on the play.
Decision time, 4th and about 2.5 coming up. But you're on the opposing side of the field at the 41.
Somebody lost a helmet. That was one of the wide receivers.
Yeah.
That was the running back, Perry.
So he's got to come out for this 4th down.
Yep, and it is the sophomore, Brady Huseman from East Dubuque, Illinois. And they're going to go for it on 4th down and a long 2. Shotgun set, 4 wide receivers. They'll want to throw. Quick pass. It's incomplete. It was dropped at the 38-yard line by Jackson Ostrander, the sophomore. It hit him right in his hands. I think it bounced off his face mask. Incomplete. He was open. It would have been a 1st down.
Yeah, that was tough because he ran a great route there. A quick little stutter step, jab, inside on a slant. You only needed 2 yards. He was 4 yards downfield. Hit him right in the face mask. That was really tough for the sophomore wide receiver. You even see pros make this mistake. You got to look it into your hands. I think he was focusing on making that next move and getting upfield, but that's a tough 4th down.
From the 41-yard line of the Lancers, 1st and 10, 7:35 left, 1st quarter. Lancers up 7-0. Pistol formation, and whistles will stop the play. We got to figure probably a procedure call here.
Delay of game.
Wow, delay of game. That is a mistake you don't want to ever see, but, well, it's the first game of the year. But, man, coming off a turnover on downs, you got to have a little sense of urgency here. Now it becomes 1st and 15. It's Malachi Hart's in at running back now. He and Kyle Hirsch will be splitting the time. That duo has been effective here in the early going. High snap, handoff, Hart's swallowed up right away, gain of 1, and that's all. Hart's last year led the team at 715 yards, 7 rushing touchdowns, a lot of them early in the season. Hirsch got more playing time down the stretch. 2nd down and 14 coming up, 7:10 left to go, 1st quarter. Mount Marty up 7-0. They'll operate out of the pistol formation, 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Play action, pump fake, throw over the middle, short, incomplete at the 40-yard line. The intended receiver was James Brinsley.
Brinsley, the intended receiver. Yeah.
That pass, I think, slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it slipped or if he was trying to just lay it short and go back shoulder for the senior tight end and try and find him downfield because the coverage was right on him. Maybe try and get the back shoulder and let him stop and let the ball come to him. But going back to what you said about the running backs and their split, a lot of that came from both of them spent time injured on the sideline. So it was good they had 2 of them.
Yeah. Injuries are something you have to deal with in football at every level. The GPAC, no exception. 3rd down and 14, straight drop back, has time. Riken makes a man miss, grabbed by the ankle, goes down, throws, it's incomplete, intended for Hart's at the 38-yard line. He wasn't even at the first stick, and he was near the sideline with a lot of blue jerseys by him, and out comes the punting unit for Mount Marty. Lancer football today brought to you by Avera. Visit avera.org today. Avera Health sponsoring Mount Marty Athletics.
Yeah, that was great coverage by the secondary on that third down play. Reichen had all the time in the world. He was back there just hopping in the pocket, trying to find someone. Nobody open.
And that punt is, again, problems on special teams. That was recovered near the 44-yard line. And again, we have problems for Mount Marty with the punting unit. We have an injured player for Clarke.
Looked like it might have been the guy who actually got the block on the punt for Clarke. I think that's Anderson Delva.
Yeah, I believe so. Anderson Delva, the sophomore defensive lineman out of Sunrise, Florida, and he is down on the field at the 20-yard line, 23-yard line.
Yeah, either Delva or Reese. They both wear 9 there, but
I believe that is Delva here. As we have 6:38 left to go, first quarter. Lancers 7, Clarke nothing. But again, no bad execution on the punting unit for Mount Marty is going to give an opportunity for the Pride here in this first quarter. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com.
Well, Reese is up, and that is Reese, Anderson Delver.
Okay.
I see him down on the near sideline. So that is Winston Reese, the senior wide receiver out of Atlanta, Georgia. He is up and walking off the field under his own power.
And hopefully that young man will be okay. But now the Lancer defense being tested again from the 43-yard line, first down and 10 for Clarke. They'll send 3 receivers out to the right side, 1 split out to the left. And it's going to be a handoff up the middle, springing to the outside. Perry slips past the man, jumps over another man, and he'll get to the 37-yard line. That's a gain of 6. Nice play by Perry, who was shaken. Well, actually, he lost his helmet earlier. Wasn't shaken up, but he had a good run as he bounced that out to the left. Quickly, here comes Clarke to the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers now to the left, 1 out to the right. Quick snap. Handoff, Perry has a hole. He'll have a first down as he's cut down near the 33-yard line. Got twisted in midair, but held on to the football.
Need to capitalize on these short fields if you're Clarke. Back-to-back punts, you get blocked. Last one you didn't do anything with. This one, there's a first down. Good start.
Quickly, Clarke comes to the line of scrimmage. Estrada wants it. Straight drop back, throws to the sideline. High, incomplete at the 20-yard line. Double coverage over there again. His receiver was Joseph McCray, the junior out of Killeen, Texas.
Yeah, I think he might have just been throwing that one away a little bit. Threw it over the head of the receiver because there were 2 men right there, and Oliver and Muhammad once again.
Clarke working quickly. They come right to the line of scrimmage. Estrada claps his hands, looking to his left, and he throws it low, complete at the 30-yard line. Crown over Muhammad there, make sure he doesn't go farther. Tackled at the 29, gain of about 4. Brings up third down.
Certainly 4-down territory if you get something here.
Steele Fredericks, the place kicker, new to the program in that department. 2 receivers either side, out of the shotgun. It's going to be a running play. Perry to the right side. He's corralled right away. Lost the football, but it's covered up by a lineman for the Pride. And again, Perry lost his helmet. He's got to check out of the game. Pouncing on the football was David Espino, the junior from Pompano Beach, Florida. Saved the possession, only a gain of 1. 4th down, the offense stays on the field for the Pride. 4th down and 5 coming up from the 27-yard line. Out of the shotgun with 2 receivers either side. Huseman in at running back now. They'll straighten up, look to the sideline. 18 on the play clock, plenty of time. Now they'll shift things around. Estrada signals to his teammates. Huseman to the left of his quarterback. 4 down linemen for the Lancers. Straight drop back. Looking, throwing towards the end zone. Incomplete at the 5-yard line. Intended for one of the backup wide receivers. That was actually Brian Ramos, the intended receiver, but it was well over his head, out of bounds, off target. And once again, Clarke turns it over on downs.
Yep, back-to-back. Lancers have back-to-back special team gaffes where they have their punt blocked, and both times the defense is able to hold, get the turnover on downs on fourth, not let them into field goal range.
4:39 left, first quarter. Mount Marty 7, Clarke University nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here in Dubuque, Iowa. Lancers with the ball, 1st and 10. Quarterback keeper, Reichen up the middle across the 30, gets to the 32. Decent gain of about 5 on the quarterback keeper by Rugby Reichen, who ran for 2 touchdowns, 298 yards last year on the ground for the quarterback.
Just running the option there, had Hirsch in motion. Decides to keep it himself, gets 5 there. As you said, his rushing stats last year, he's a guy who can take off when he needs to. Very mobile quarterback.
2nd down and 6. Lancers operating right to left on your radio dial. Shotgun set. Hirsch in the game. Will block, throws out. Wahols catches it, makes a man miss behind the line of scrimmage to the 30. Gets to the 33. Only about a yard, maybe yard and a half gain when all is said and done. Play took a long time to develop.
It did, and it wasn't the best pass either. It was actually about 2 yards behind Waholtz. He was already trying to move forward and get there. He had to go back for the ball, turn his back to the defense and go get it, turn around, and was able to make something out of it, thankfully. 3rd and short, but still 3rd down.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. 3rd down. And a long 3 coming up. Wahols in motion, play action, rollout. Reichen looking downfield, wants to run, stops, loads up, fires, caught at the 50-yard line. That's Carbajal to the 40, cuts to his left, tackle near the 35-yard line. Great patience by Reichen.
Oh, yeah, made up for that little bit of a gaffe in the last play with a great strike downfield, extended the play with his legs as he's so good at doing, rolling to his right, had Carbajal just standing in the middle of the defense, just rooted with his arms in the air, waving, saying, "I'm open." Reichen found him, kept his eyes downfield. Big gain for the Lancers.
Jacob Carbajal, the sophomore out of Oxnard, California, catches it. 1st down Lancers. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 1st and 10 Lancers in Pride territory at the 33-yard line. Straight drop back. Reichen looking downfield, rolls to his right. Now throws a high pass to the end zone. He's got a man, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown! Between 2 defenders, James Brinsley. The defensive backup turned around. Tehl, he was trying to almost face guard. I thought that was going to be pass interference, but Brinsley, his eyes on the ball, catches it, and the Lancers score again.
Oh, what a great couple of plays from the Lancers right there. Brinsley with a great catch, Reichen a good throw. The Lancer passing attack had kind of stalled there. They had, I think, 4 straight incompletions the last 4 times they tried to throw the ball. 3 straight completions there, go straight down the field in 2 big plays and a touchdown.
Vance for the point after. Noah McDermott, the holder, and it's blocked. That's a live football. It rolls out to the left. And it's going to be picked up by a Pride player who's going to be tackled near the 5-yard line.
Everybody was kind of trying to signal him just go down. The Lancers weren't attacking very hard because he had a easy way ahead of the snap. They're going to redo this.
Yep, penalty flag down. I didn't see the penalty flag, but that defender got in there in a big hurry.
Yeah.
And blocked the
offside. Defense, number 7.
It's offsides on Clarke, so they'll try the point after kick again. McDermott, the holder. Camden Vance, right-footed kicker, will try once again. 2:46 left here in the first quarter. Lancers up by 2 touchdowns. Can they add that critical extra point? And somebody moved again.
Yeah, that's defense again.
Yep, that's definitely somebody jumped off sides.
It's like that time it would have been number
Well,
1.
here comes the offense.
Well, at this point now you're going to be on like the half-yard line after back-to-back offsides. You might as well go for 2.
Yeah. Here comes the offense. So now they're going to go for 2 as some linemen switch out, and here comes Reichen and Hirsch.
That time it was Myson Rush's Dale who was offsides.
So you got the ball inside the 1 yard line right now, and
just get under center and QB sneak it at this point. You only got about 3 inches to go.
it's definitely less than a yard. It's inside the 1, but they're going to spread the field. And a little bit of confusion. They're going to have to call timeout, and they will.
That is
Timeout.
not what you wanted to see.
Timeout called by Mount Marty. We will step away for 30 seconds here. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT. They're up 13-0, 2:46 left. We'll take a 30-second break. Back with more right here on KYNT.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
We are back. That timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They've got legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway in Yankton. Call them at 665-1222. Okay, timeout for a point after, and the Lancers, after getting a couple of penalties from Clarke, ball moves very close to the goal line. They're going to change things up and go for 2. They're up 13-0 here, first quarter with 2:46 left. And it's going to be the shotgun set. Here comes a man in motion. They're going to hand it off. Brinsley's going to do a Philly special, but throw it over the head of Waholes, incomplete. So the 2-point conversion is no good. And with 2:46 left to go here in quarter number 1, it's Mount Marty 13, Clarke University nothing. We'll step aside for just 30 seconds, come back with the kickoff right here on KYNT.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Welcome back to Dalzell Field here in Dubuque, Iowa. Mount Marty 13, Clarke nothing here. First game of the year, 2025 campaign, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum with you. Got an update here in just a moment on the Morningside Benedictine game as we have the kickoff, and it's a high end-over-end kick, and it's going to be fielded by one of the backup return men who nearly had the ball ripped away at the 15-yard line across the 20 and finally tackled at the 23-yard line. It's one of the backup return men. That's Jaden Hurd, a wide receiver out of Hinesville, Georgia. Let us quickly go to the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. Remember, no matter what you drive, make sure you fill up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway in Yankton. Near the end of the first quarter, it's Morningside ahead of Benedictine, 14-7. That's number 3 versus number 4 in the preseason poll. That's being played down in Atchison, Kansas. First down and 10, handoff. This is going to be Huseman running to his right, has a hole into the open field across the 35, tackled at the 40-yard line by Pierce. Best play of the day for Clarke.
By far. Keep it rolling with that out-of-town scoreboard here. The premier matchup in the FBS right now in D1. Number 1, Texas. Number 3, Ohio State. That is in the fourth quarter in a defensive matchup, 7-0 Ohio State.
Wow. And they go back to the run to the Pride, and once again, Huseman up the middle gets very little, a yard, and that's all from the 40 to the 41. A big matchup there at the Shoe in Columbus, Ohio. And we'll go second down and 9 out of the shotgun. There's movement on the line. Free play. Strada throws, caught near midfield, and running out of bounds was his backup wide receiver, Davin Hawkins, out of Annapolis, Maryland, but there are flags all over the field. I think somebody jumped off sides.
Yeah, that would have been Crown over. Was going to blitz on that play as the outside linebacker. Ended up just going a little too early, but I'm betting they're just going to accept the result of the play.
Get you the results of that last scoring drive here in a moment. Offsides.
Yep, declined the penalty. Had about 15 yards downfield, a little bit more than that on the catch and run there on the outside by Hawkins.
Yeah, that last Mount Marty drive, 4 plays, 73 yards, 153 time of possession. Now Clarke's got something going here, first down and 10. They'll go back to the run. Perry to his left, tries to turn the corner, does so, has an open field at the 30, tackled from behind. Penalty flag down near the 25-yard line. All of a sudden, the Pride offense is woken up.
That was right on the tackle, too, is where the flag was thrown, and I think Perry got up grabbing his face mask.
If so, that'll be tacked onto the run, but all of a sudden now Clarke starting to retreat. Maybe a holding call? Ooh. Or are they looking at the sideline? Officials conferring near the 25-yard line. Penalty flag thrown near the 22.
Perry might have just been adjusting his helmet when he got up. Now Clarke's coming back up to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they initially retreated like they were walking backwards, like, yeah, that one's on us, but the officials conferring now.
Looks like it is. No, wait, no.
We still can't tell here with a minute 37 left to go, first quarter. Lancers up 13-0, but the Pride are on the march. And was it a sideline warning? Well, no. Now Clarke's backing up here. Referee yet to make a signal, holding against the offense, against one of the wide receivers. That's McCray, 10 yards from the spot of the infraction, which was the 25, so they'll move it back to the 35. It will be.
That'll take away the first down, too, so that should be second now.
Yep. And the ball's at the 35-yard line. They're still signaling first down.
Yeah, the chain gang's a little confused right now, but that should be second down. They did not cross that line to gain.
Perry up the middle, gains 2 yards, and that's all. Now, yeah, chain gang's
very confused, but this should be third down right now. They don't get to advance to first down when they move that way. This should be third down right now. They had a penalty on them, brought them back from what would have been first down yardage, brought them back in the initial sticks.
Well, they're going to throw out of the shotgun, rolling out to his right. Estrada being pressured, throws over the middle, incomplete at the 29-yard line, a little bit behind Zach Reinhardt from Davie, Florida, the senior.
So that should bring up fourth down now. So the chain gang's confused, we know. Let's see if the officials were counting as well.
The official here in the near sideline signaling 3.
Ooh.
Third down.
Well, they would have.
Yeah, the head linesman signaled third down, so it's third down and 1 coming up.
This is the fourth play that they are running in this series. The first down play ended up being the one that had a penalty on it, so they just got a free play with 6 yards gained.
That's going to be a quarterback keeper, and Estrada puts his head down, and he's close to that first down marker. Head linesman signals move the chains. He got what he needed. First down, Clarke.
Well, I guess even if it was fourth down, they would have got it. Yep. So I guess that is a first down either way, although the spot of the ball looks right on it. Nope, they're moving it.
Yep.
They're signaling to move.
Yep. Yep, they are going to give them the first down with 35 seconds and counting here in quarter number 1. Lancers up 13-0, but Clarke on the march here in Lancer territory. First and 10 at the 32-yard line. Quick pass out to the right side, a little screen. It's going to be caught. Slipping a tackle was the senior. Out of bounds is Hawkins at the 31-yard line with 19 seconds left. And they really didn't get a whole lot of territory on that one. Maybe a yard. Nope, they're going to put it right back at the line of scrimmage. Clock starts up again. Can Clarke get another playoff before the period ends? 10 seconds. They're going to try it, looks like. They will get the play off, play action. Throw towards the sideline, incomplete, well over the head of everybody at the 28-yard line. And that is the end of the first quarter of play. Our score is... do we have a penalty? No penalty flag down there.
The official was just announcing the end of the quarter.
Yep. So we thought there was a penalty. That's not the case. End of 1. Mount Marty, 13. Clarke, nothing. Back with the second quarter after this 1-minute break right here on KYNT.
Runza's grilled chicken sandwiches bring the flavor.
Yeah, but which one's the best?
That's not a fair question.
Barbecue's got Swiss cheese and that sweet smoky sauce.
But the smothered's a whole mood. Swiss cheese, mushrooms, grilled onions.
Then there's the classic simple tomato, lettuce, and mayo. Perfect. Yeah, you're right. It's impossible to pick.
Try Runza's grilled chicken sandwiches. 100% white meat chicken, however you like it. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
When the day calls for something light, bright, and full of flavor, reach for Good Boy Seltzer Lemonades. Crisp, fizzy, and packed with refreshing lemonade taste, just 100 calories, 1 gram of sugar, and 5% alcohol. These hard seltzers are ready to go wherever the fun takes you. Backyard barbecues, the lake, or just relaxing after a long day. No mixing, no fuss. Just grab, crack, and sip. Stock up on Good Boy Seltzer Lemonades today and unleash the good times.
Getting ready for the start of the second quarter. It's 13-0 Lancers on top of Clarke, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. And Tehl, there was some confusion on that last set of downs.
There was, yeah. It was some confusion on the last set of downs, a penalty marker, and they had to move everybody back. Ended up, Clarke actually got a free down out of it. They had a down that was not marked, ended up starting their drive technically on 1st and 4, but it didn't end up mattering because they got the first down on the next play anyway, so we're here 3rd and 10 to start off the second quarter. Everything's good.
Handoff Huseman up the middle, and he'll get inside the 30 to about the 28-yard line. Call it a gain of 4. Now it's 4th down and 6 coming up for the Pride.
And we've been counting the downs. It is 4th. 4th and 6, as you said, and this is where the Lancers have shined so far in this game. 2 separate 4th down stops right at this area of the field as well.
They're going to go for it. Straight drop back out of the shotgun. Estrada throwing towards the end zone. High pass. It is going to be incomplete. It was actually picked off by Pierce, but he was out of the end zone. It was well beyond the intended receiver, Jackson Ostrander. Pass was off target. Another turnover on downs for Clarke. We're just starting the second quarter here. And Tehl, you got some stats you want to run through quickly here after one?
Yeah, we absolutely can. Almost an interception right there. Pierce came down with it, just could not get that 1 foot down. Ended up being on the line. But first quarter stats started off with the Lancers offense. They're out there now. Rugby Riken, 5 of 9 throwing the ball, 115 yards, 2 touchdowns. Malachi Hart's their leading rusher so far, 29 yards on the ground, 4 running attempts. Kyle Hirsch yet to run the ball on the stat sheet, but does have 47 yards and a touchdown.
Hirsch on the handoff across the 30, stays on his feet, powers his way past the 35, gets the first down with a gain of 12 yards, 12 hard running yards, and Hart's doing the job on the ground.
James Brinsley has 1 catch for 33 yards and a touchdown. Carbajal, 1 catch for 33 yards as well. Waholtz, 1 catch for 2 yards. On the other end for Clarke, Estrada, 4 of 13 as we start off this drive here. 30% throwing the ball. No turnovers, but no touchdowns. Clarke still, it's 13-0. Perry does have 45 yards receiving, 9 catches, or 9 rushing attempts on the ground. Receiving 2 for Hawkins, 2 catches for 17 yards. That's their leaders.
Malachi Hartz takes the handoff, runs to his left, shut down, gain of barely 2 yards. 2nd and 8 coming up from Mount Marty as now they operate from left to right on your radio dial. Sun now behind some clouds that have moved into the area. Partly cloudy skies. We're expecting a high of 75 today. Not much wind here in Dubuque, Iowa. Great day for football. 2nd down and 8 out of the pistol. Play action, swing out pass. Caught by one of the backup tight ends, and not much of a gain there for backup tight end. That's Gavin Swanson, actually listed as a running back.
Yeah, that's a Yankton native right there. Swanee, the junior, played for Yankton High School. Very good running back for Yankton High School. Now in his junior year, getting a touch for the Lancers in game 1 of the year.
Yep, didn't get anything on that little swing out pass. It brings up 3rd down and 9. Just underway, second quarter, 12:45 and counting. Mount Marty 13, Clarke nothing. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner. Shotgun set. Hart stays in the block, now slips out. Stepping up is Reichen, throws on the run, caught. Brinsley in the middle of the field. He's at the 30, to the runs to his left, to the 25, the 20, the 15. Penalty flags fly. I think we got an illegal block.
There's multiple penalties on this play, so we're going to see here. One on the near side of the field, right where the catch was made, and then there's an obvious block in the back on the Lancers late into the run. That was a dumb penalty. Just straight up got behind the guy and knocked him to the ground in order to get an extra 5 yards only. So one of them is for sure against the Lancers, but if this one that was thrown right on the catch is against Clarke, we could see some offsetting penalties here.
We have a defensive lineman down on the field for Clarke, way back at the 30-yard line. And we'll try to pick up who that is. I believe that is Marquise DeFrand. He is a junior out of Davie, Florida.
Yeah, they're leading a returning tackler, second on the team in tackles in terms of returners. Is junior. They need him out there. Hopefully he'll be all right.
One on each team.
One on each team.
It's offsetting penalties.
Offense, number 4.
Yep.
Holding, defense, number 7.
Broadneck's with the penalty.
Offset, replay, third down.
Yep, so holding on the defense and then the block in the back on the Lancers. So offsetting penalties.
Wipes out the big play there. And again, that was a costly, unnecessary penalty.
It was. It was bad. It was out on the full on the left edge. Broadnax just was fully behind the guy, got him right behind it, open field in front of the officials. That was one that was going to get called 10 times out of 10 times.
Yep. Brings the ball all the way back to the 39-yard line. 3rd down and 9 Lancers. 12:28 left. Quarter number 2. They're up 13-0. 3 down linemen for the Pride as Lancers get the play signaled in from the sideline. Hart standing to the left of his quarterback. And now a timeout called by Clarke. They were a little confused defensively, so they will take a timeout. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. 12:28 left to go. Lancers up 13-0 here in the second quarter. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hansen Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansenbriggsadvertising.com.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
We're in the second quarter, 12:28 left until halftime. Lancers 13, Pride nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Big 3rd down coming up for the Lancers. 3rd and 9 from their own 39-yard lines. Carbajal goes in motion. Straight drop back. Reichen throws a long ball into double coverage. Incomplete. Over the head, one of his backup wide receivers, Zone Robinson, the sophomore out of Vermilion. It was incomplete around the 25-yard line. Punting unit will trot onto the field for Mount Marty.
Yeah, just a bit too far there. Once again, you go back to the last play penalty is really what did him in once again for about the second time. You had a really good 3rd down conversion. You get down the field, would have been about 40 yards. Would have been the gain, a little over that actually. Wiped out by a penalty. Instead, you're punting.
Vance finally gets a punt away. High punt, not very far. It'll bounce near the 35. Takes a Lancer bounce, rolls inside the 25, and will stop near the 22-yard line. And finally, Lancers get a punt away cleanly.
Yeah, it was about 42, 43 yards with about a 15-yard bounce there. Got saved by the bounce. That was very high, but it didn't go very far.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, we work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. The Pride now operate from right to left on your radio dial here in the second quarter. 12:07 left. Mount Marty up 13-0. Out of the shotgun with 2 receivers either side. It's a handoff. Perry Running to his right has a hole. It's closed up, and he's brought down near the 28-yard line. Good gain, nearly 6 yards on the play.
Lancers have had a little bit of trouble setting the edge here defensively. Most of Clarke's big plays have been going around that edge.
2nd down and 4 coming up. Straight drop back, penalty flags fly. This play is dead. It'll be procedure against the Pride. Back them up 5 yards. You expect, again, we mentioned that at the top of the broadcast, you expect procedure and offside penalties here in the first game of the year. You can practice all you want, but it's just kind of the nature of the game. 2nd and 9 now for Clarke. They'll split 2 receivers out either side. And here comes the blitz. Estrada, pressured, bottled up. He's going to be sacked near the 16-yard line. There were about 4 white jerseys there.
Yeah, that was really good. And 2 linebackers both came in. I think they sent 6 there. Kevon Rogers was in there, first one to touch the quarterback. It was Cole Cripps, the first in the backfield, which made him start scrambling. Those 2 ended up grabbing him and bringing him to the ground. Good job from the linebackers on that blitz there.
Yep, big 3rd down and 16 coming up out of the shotgun. Play action, middle screen, caught, tackled right away, no gain. Great defensive play.
Asmaran Muhammad played that perfectly, right at the whole way, was right up on the line of scrimmage. As soon as the running back had a hand on it, Muhammad grabbed a hold of him, and we got 4th and about 15 here. Punt formation incoming.
The Lancers should get good field position out of this. Pierce drops back to his own 45-yard line, and punting will be Gustav Norberg-Risto.
They actually took a lot of time getting out. They're still trotting on the field. There's 14 seconds on the play clock.
10 on the play clock.
They're still not set up.
Clarke lines up now. They'll have to hurry.
5 seconds.
Risto calling for it. 3 seconds. They get it away. Good punt. Pierce collects it at the 50. Gets a good block. Runs to his left. He's at the 40. Continuing to his left. The 35. The 30. And finally dragged down near the 28-yard line. A great return by Daniel Pierce.
Return of about 22 yards, and he dodged 4 or 5 tackles in there, just juking and spinning and dodging and weaving, and was able to get downfield. Never had a single spot where he was open up and run. He was just spinning and juking the whole time, but got 22 out of it.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Lewis and Clarke Ford. At Lewis and Clarke Ford, they are proud to sponsor Mount Marty Athletics. Thank you to Lewis and Clarke Ford. 1st down and 10 Lancers. They have the short field now at the 29-yard line officially. Hart's up the middle, dances, and gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's all. Good play there by the Pride defense.
Shout out a new sponsor of ours, too. So new we're not on our sheet because we're going to introduce replay into our home broadcast this year. We're going to be able to replay certain plays. And thank you very much to Farmers Union Insurance, who is going to help us out with that for all your home, farm, commercial, auto, health, and life insurance needs. Rely on Farmers Union Insurance. Visit Brendan Hansen and Brandon Tycrow at Suite 101B, Morgan Square in Yankton, or go to fumic.com.
All righty, 2nd down and 10. Shotgun set. Handoff. No. Riken keeps it. Quarterback keeper up the middle, and he'll push forward and only gain a couple of yards. They fake the handoff to Hirsch running to his left, and Riken kept it. Brings up 3rd down and 8. You got to figure this may be 4-down territory for the Lancers.
And go back to, once again, we're going to start replay here for Mount Marty University.
That's awesome.
Started off with Yankton High School last night when testing it with the soccer broadcasts over this fall, and we'll be doing that when home games when we're on KYN TV. We have our video stream up. That'll be introduced against Northwestern here in 2 weeks.
All righty, 3rd down and 8 coming up. 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Riken drops back, rolls out to his right, throws across the middle, and it's going to be caught. And that's going to be, nope, incomplete. I thought Waholes had it, but he dropped it, hit the turf at the 18-yard line. So that's going to bring up 4th down and 8, and from the 28-yard line, you got to figure the Lancers are going to go for it.
That was a tough read there from Riken, too. He had 2 receivers in the area. Brinsley was going across the field and across there, and he was wide open. Riken took his eyes off of him, went to Waholtz instead, who was covered close, tried that one, incomplete.
4th down and 8 from the Pride's 28-yard line. 3 receivers out to the left. 1 tight end on the right side. Riken fumbles it, picks it up, throws it to the end zone. He's got a man. Penalty flags down. That was Carbajal, but he was being held.
Yeah, that was absolute holding on the defense. That's going to bail out the Lancers there because that was a near disaster. The snap, it wasn't necessarily Riken's fault. The snap was way to his left, had to reach out a paw and just got a hold of it with the left arm, hit the ground, was able to pick it up off a hop and throw it downfield to the end zone. Holding bails out the Lancers. The drive will continue.
10 yards from the spot, well, the previous line of scrimmage, but that is an automatic first down, and the Lancers are bailed out on the Pride penalty with 8:31 left to go here, quarter number 2. Excuse me, Lancers 13, Pride nothing.
Lancers knocking on the door now of their 3rd touchdown, 3rd trip down here to the red zone.
Yep. The ball will be placed at the 17-yard line. 1st and 10, pistol formation. Wahole's in motion, and penalty flags will kill this play. And it's going to be against the Lancers.
Well, actually, I think this is only the 2nd time they've been in the red zone because their last one was a 33-yard completed pass to Brinsley for a touchdown.
Yep. And the previous touchdown was on a 20-yard pass.
20-yard, exactly, yep.
So they'll back it up 5 yards. Illegal procedure, the call against Mount Marty. Stops the clock with 8:29 left until halftime. Lancers again up 13-0. Trying to get that 3rd score of the game. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, out of the shotgun. Riken wants to throw towards the end zone right side. Broadnax makes a catch. Did he pull it in with one hand? I think he did. Referees conferring touchdown. A one-handed catch by Broadnax in the right corner of the end zone. An amazing play, and the Lancers are up 19-0.
One of the best catches of the year comes in game 1. That was impressive right there from Broadnax, kind of making up for the penalty on the last drive. Back pylon, way in the corner of the end zone. Riken just gave him a chance. One-on-one coverage, one-handed grab, touchdown. That was beautiful.
Here comes Camden Vance for the point after kick. Noah McDermott is the holder. Special teams been a bit of an issue here. And the kick is on the way, and it is good. 8:21 left until halftime. Lancers 20, Clarke University nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Do you dread payroll or bookkeeping for your business? What would you do with the hours you spend crunching numbers? Have a relaxing weekend? Enjoy a hobby? Maybe you could actually focus on growing your business. At H&R Block of Yankton, we take care of everything payroll and bookkeeping related, so you can actually focus on other important things. We'll do the counting, so you can do what matters most. Contact locally owned H&R Block of Yankton at 605-665-3366 today.
That last drive, 4 plays, 29 yards, a minute 46 off the clock. 22 yards, Riken to Broadnax, the 3rd passing touchdown of the day for Mount Marty, and they are up 20-0 over the Pride of Clarke University here in Dubuque, Iowa. Dalzell Field, along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and the great opportunity presented to the Lancers with the short field, they took advantage. And here comes John Lilly with the kickoff, high end-over-end kick. It'll be Hawkins, slips at the 10-yard line, runs to his right, looks for some blocking. He's tripped up near the 19. Great open field tackle there by the Lancers. And I believe that was Lambeth who got the open field tackle. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. And it's 1st down and 10 for the Pride. They're at their own 19-yard line. They got some work to do, but they got plenty of time. 8:15 left until the halftime break. Pride have Well, actually, both teams, 2 timeouts left. Out of the shotgun with 2 receivers. But they'll go to the run, and Huseman, he's going to be trapped in the backfield behind the line of scrimmage, brought down near the 15-yard line. And breaking up that play was Brock Lubers. He didn't get the tackle, but he stuffed that play.
Yeah, he did. Stuffed it right in the backfield, was able to read it, saw it going out. Perfect play.
They lost yards on that play. Loss of 3. Could have been more. Second down. Technically 13 yards, and they'll go back to the run. And once again, that is going to be Perry. And again, he loses his helmet. He got to the 21, but that's the
fourth time, I think.
Third or fourth time today that Caleb Perry has lost his helmet. And I know a lot of guys like to wear the loose helmets, but
yeah, he's having an earful from his coach right now. He's talking to the coach, and he's pointing to the helmet itself. He might be having some sort of an equipment issue.
It may not be Perry's fault. Maybe something with the equipment not right.
Yeah, now the equipment manager's coming over to take a look at it. They're looking at his helmet because they need him on the field, and he's just not been out there for a lot of key downs, including this one.
Third down, pass downfield, caught, open man at the 45-yard line. That is the wide receiver, Ostrander, first down, Pride.
And the biggest passing play of the day by far. Estrada had 23 yards total in his first 5 completed passes on the season. This one's going to be a little more than that.
Out to the 47-yard line, Pride operating in a hurry. Estrada wants to hand it off. Huseman dances behind the line of scrimmage, finds a small hole across midfield to the Lancer 49. Good gain, about 4 yards on the play.
That last play officially 26 yards was the catch and run.
Boy, and they got a whole bunch of people they got to unpile there right at the midfield stripe. 6:55 and counting here in the second quarter. Mount Marty 20, Clarke University nothing.
Give you a reminder, the Lancers did lose the opening coin toss. Clarke got it first. Lancers will get it to start second half.
Huseman, a big run to the right side. He's across the 40, to the 35, to the 30. Still on his feet. Crown over brings him down at the 25. And Brady Huseman, the sophomore, a couple of good runs. And again, Clarke's got something cooking here. They're going to operate in a hurry, quickly to the line of scrimmage. Huseman stays in to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Takes the snap. Looks to his left. Throws, screen pass. It's going to be caught at the 20-yard line. And being brought down is one of the backup wide receivers, and that is Jay Palmore.
Now this is the area Clarke has struggled with in this game. Once they cross that 30-yard line, they've met a stone wall. They've got to get in the end zone here.
And it's going to be a handoff. Huseman tackled near the line of scrimmage. No gain there. That was a gain of about 8 on that second play.
Crownover came screaming off the right edge. Was able to get a hold of the running back right at the line of scrimmage, take him down, and now it's third down. Here it is, right inside the 30-yard line. Anytime they get here, they've hit a stone wall. The Lancers bend, don't break. We'll see if they're able to keep that rolling here. 2 downs to get 3 yards.
Yep, 5:40 and counting here in the second quarter. Lancers up 20-0. Pride definitely needs some points here on this possession. Shotgun set, 2 receivers to the right. Handoff, and that is Perry, and he's stuffed up. I don't think he made it.
Not at all. Going to be at least a yard short. 4th down incoming.
Yep, and this time his helmet stays on, thankfully for him.
So he'll be out there for 4th down.
Yep. And let's see, now substitute lineman coming in as Garcia replaces Ferguson on the line at the nose tackle position for the Lancers. 4th down and 1 coming up. 20 on the play clock. And the Pride taking their time here, getting to the line of scrimmage. Now they'll deploy. They may call timeout here. 10 seconds on the play
they're
clock.
Going to have to.
They come quickly
7
to the
seconds.
line. 6 seconds, 5 seconds out of the shotgun. Estrada calls for it. They get the playoff. Handoff. Perry up the middle has the first down. He'll get inside the 15 near the 11-yard line. Actually, they're going to say his knee hit down at the 13, but that's enough for a first down. 4:35 and counting here. Pride on the move. They need more than 3 points on this drive. They've got to get a touchdown. Out of the shotgun, rollout. Estrada being chased, throws it incomplete at the 5-yard line. Trying to come back to it was one of the wideouts. That's Ostrander. And it's incomplete. stops the clock with 4:19 left here in the second quarter. Lancers up 20-0, but the Pride are in the red zone. At the 13-yard line, they'll have second down and 10. Some substitutions coming in, a little bit of confusion as Ostrander's leaving the game, replaced by Davin Hawkins.
First game of the year.
Yeah. 10 on the play clock. Ostrander brings them up. 4 on the play clock. Let's see if they can get it called in time. Barely they do. Looking towards the middle, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown. Missed assignment, and Riley Hawkins was wide open in the left corner of the end zone.
Yeah, there's a conversation happening right now with the Lancers secondary between, looks like Devon Mays and Arthur Oliver. Nobody went to back in coverage. Both of them stayed up. One of them was supposed to go back, not sure which one, and that is going to be a touchdown for Clarke.
That's a big play for Clarke. They desperately needed points here in the waning moments of the second quarter. Now, to try the point after kick is Steele Fredericks. Out of the hold of Ostrander. Kick is on the way, and the point after kick is good. 4:15 left to go. Second quarter, Lancers 20, Pride 7. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tykrow in Yankton today.
Back here at Dalzell Field for Clarke University, they drove 11 plays on 81 yards, 4 minutes time of possessions. Hawkins with the catch from Estrada from 13 yards out. First points of the season for the Clarke University Pride. It's Mount Marty 20, Clarke 7 here in the second quarter with 4:15 left to go. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and that was a drive that the Pride, Tehl, they needed that.
Oh, they absolutely had to have that one, and they got it. But now the Lancers have a really, really good opportunity. They will be receiving the second half kickoff once again. 4:15 on the clock. They have a chance to go 2 for 1 here.
High kickoff brought down near the 15-yard line. Carbajal on the return at the 30. Gets across the 35 and pulled down near the 37-yard line. Good return. So the Lancers got 4:06 to work with. They also have 2 timeouts left, so they got plenty of time to march down the field, get some points, and leave the Pride with no time left to respond. And then, yeah, if they can get some points here, they will get the kickoff to start the third period of play. So a big opportunity here for Mount Marty.
Clarke's defense has really got to lock in here. If Mount Marty is able to play things right, it could be 34-7 the next time the Pride even touch the football.
And we're going to have the referee stop play here. No flags on the field. I think they got to respot it. Yep, respot it right at the 37. First and 10 Lancers. They're working left to right on your radio dial. 4-man front. Hartson, or check that, Hershin and running back. He gets the handoff, swarmed under, and he'll lose a couple of yards back to the 34-yard line. Loss of 3. That play didn't fool anybody.
They were blitzing off that edge right where the Lancers were trying to run. Just a great play call and a good time. Hirsch had nowhere to go.
Second down and 13. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. Hirsch stays in at running back. 3 receivers out to the left. Tight end on the right side of the formation. Straight drop back. Throwing towards the sideline. Wide open Broadnax at the 40-yard line. Pulled down at the 37-yard line of Clarke.
Just straight broken coverage in the zone. Deep down the left sideline. Found the spot where nobody was. No yellow jerseys in the area. Broadnax wide open for a big first down.
First down, Mount Marty from the Pride 37-yard line. 13 and counting here in the second quarter. Have a wingback on the left side. Pistol formation. Hartz up the middle. Dances to his left across the 30. Pulled down near the 29-yard line. Gain of 8.
Gotta love the way Malachi Hartz has been running the football so far today. They've really been throwing the ball when Hirsch has been in the game. He only has about 2 rushing attempts. Hartz, that will be number 8 for 50 yards.
Second down and 2. And they'll go to Hartz again to the left side. Turns the corner, has the first down, pulled down near the 35-yard line. But they'll move the chains, and that's exactly what you want to do. 2:30 and counting here in quarter number 2. Lancers up 20-7, and they're on the move near the red zone at the 25-yard line of Clarke. Pistol formation, receivers either side. Back to the run and Hartz. Up the middle, breaks through one tackle, a second, gets to the 20, lunges forward. They're going to say his knees down right at the 20. Call it a gain of 5. And we will hit the 2-minute mark here in the second quarter. Officials timeout. Lancers 20, Clarke University 7. We'll take a 60-second break and have more Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayor Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
2 minutes to go until halftime. Mount Marty ahead 20-7. They're on the move. In the red zone, 2nd and 5 from the Clarke 20-yard line. Pistol formation, Malachi Hartz up the middle, drags a tackler, struggling. He'll get 4 yards and get to the 16-yard line, brings up 3rd down and 1.
He's running hard right now. Yards after contact have got to be high right now for Hartz.
Well, Marty, 2 timeouts left. The pistol formation. Reichen keeps it. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown. What a great fake. They faked it to Hartz up the middle. Reichen kept it, ran around the left side. Nobody touched him. And that is a 16-yard touchdown run for the Lancers.
Not sure if that was a designed run or an option play, but that was just wheels from the young quarterback in Reichen. The redshirt sophomore just took off, put 1 foot in the ground, was able to juke out a DB, get in the end zone. Not even close. You knew it the moment he started moving to his left, he was gone.
And now here comes Camden Vance for the point after kick. McDermott is the holder. Been some adventures today on these point after kicks. But this one is clean, up and in, good. 27-7. Lancers on top. 1:35 left until halftime. We'll take a 30-second break and come back with the kickoff right here on KYNT.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
That last drive for the Lancers, 7 plays, 63 yards, 2:31 time of possession, 16 yards on the touchdown run for Rugby Reichen. He has accounted for all 4 touchdowns today, 3 through the air, that one on the ground.
Yeah, he's having a really good game. This is the exact type of game you'll want your young quarterback to have in the first game of the year. He's not had any close calls in terms of turnovers either. He's kept it clean.
Lilly with the kickoff. Hawkins from the 9-yard line will run to his right, cuts back, run to his left. He's got a little bit of an angle, gets to the sideline, and then is pushed out of bounds near the 35-yard line. And that was a good return there by Riley Hawkins, the sophomore out of Centerville, Iowa.
He's been a little dangerous today. He's had a couple of good ones.
He also caught the touchdown pass, lone touchdown today for Clarke so far. So Clarke has 2 timeouts to work with in a minute 26.
Yeah, if there's one thing you could say about that Lancers last scoring drive, maybe he got in the end zone a little too quick. Clarke's got time to answer. 2 timeouts.
Estrada wants it, looks quickly to his right, throws a pass high, and that is caught at the 50-yard line. Is it completion?
Wow.
Did he roll out of bounds? I think he's going to give it to him. Oh, my goodness, an incredible catch. With one hand flying through the midair for Jackson Ostrander.
Oh, my gosh. That was one of the just rose up with one hand, high-pointed the ball, got it as he was spinning, got a foot in before he went out of bounds. That was one of the best catches you'll see. Oh,
And
my gosh.
Estrada throws on the run. He's got a man wide open, and it's going to be caught for a touchdown. And that was Hawkins.
And that was just straight broken coverage by the Lancers. Absolutely nobody deep for him down there. Hawkins just went on a go route down the left sideline. It wasn't even a great ball, you could say, from the quarterback because he had to sit and wait for it at the 5-yard line, but there was just nobody within 15 yards of the receiver. Straight broken coverage by the Lancer defense. That is one film this week is going to be highlighted and shown on repeat.
And now here comes Steele Fredericks for the point after kick. Snap, good. And it's on the way. Point after kick, good. Minute 1 left to go. 27-14. Lancers on top. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Well, Clarke responds very, very well. Thank you very much. Estrada to Hawkins for 46 yards. And the point after kick, good. 2 plays, 65 yards. That's just 25 seconds. But the play before by Ostrander reminds me of Odell Beckham Jr. in that catch he had against the Cowboys. That one-handed catch, well, Ostrander did about the same thing.
Oh, that was genuinely one of the best catches I've seen live.
And here comes Carbajal on the return, tackled near the 28-yard line. So now, Marty, they still got time left. They have 2 timeouts, 55.7 seconds left to march downfield and get some more points. It is a 2-score advantage at 27-14, but the Pride have the momentum now as their offense, which had really struggled, is now starting to click. And remember, Marty will receive the kickoff to start the 3rd period of play. How will the Lancers respond here in the waning moments?
Lancers have been throwing it deep today. 5 of Rugby Riken's 8 completed passes are north of 20 yards downfield.
Riken out of the shotgun, loads up, throws downfield, Broadnax over his head, incomplete at the 30-yard line, too far.
Actually, it's 6 of 8 of the completed passes. They are kind of relying on the big play in the passing game right now. 6 of their 8 completed passes are north of 20 yards downfield. And then the other 2, Waholtz took one for 2 yards, Swanson one for -1.
2nd and 10 coming up for the Lancers. 48.9 seconds left until the intermission. Lancers up 27-14. Shotgun set, receivers either side. They'll go to Hirsch on the run. He's got a block. Cuts to midfield across the 40. and he'll have the first down. That'll stop the clock momentarily with 41 seconds left. They have to reset the chains. Gives the Lancers time to line up, save a timeout. Now the clock starts up again. They do have 2 timeouts to work with. Reichen dropping back, has time, being pressured, rolls out, and just throws it away incomplete. That'll stop the clock with 28 seconds left. Be second down and 10.
Lancers still have those 2 timeouts in their pockets with the 28 seconds left in the first half, so they could get into field goal range here. Place kicker in Camden Vance for the Lancers this season. Haven't had a chance to see him yet, so I'm not quite sure of his maximum range, but they might have a chance to test it here.
And with those 2 timeouts, that means you can work the middle of the field if you're Mount Marty. Second down and 10. Officials conferring back behind the line of scrimmage here. And now Clarke, I think, was trying to complain that that was intentional grounding, but it wasn't. It was thrown out of bounds. There wasn't a receiver around, but it went beyond the line of scrimmage.
And he got out of the pocket. He did. That was what was, I think they were arguing because it was close, but he did get out.
Reichen throws under pressure in the middle of the field. Hirsch open, incomplete over his head at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, there was pressure coming in, a stud right at the defensive line. The left tackle there was lined up over the right guard, stopped, went to the left guard, nobody there, got in the backfield, wreaking some havoc. Reichen had a man in his face as he let it go, just sailed a little too far.
Yeah, Hirsch was open. He got behind his defender. 22 seconds left, third down and 10. Hirsch has to tie his shoe. He'll stay in at running back to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. From the right hash mark, it's going to be a run by Reichen. He's swarmed under the quarterback keeper, and a quick timeout called by the Pride.
Yeah.
4th down's coming up.
16 seconds left. Lancers at that point were just trying to run out the clock, make them use a timeout. Pride have already blocked 2 punts today.
Yes.
They're going to be coming after this one.
So the Lancers decide to play it safe there, not put the ball in the air, risk a turnover. But now the punting team has to come out, and 2 punts have been blocked already today. So it's up to Camden Vance to get this one away quickly. 1 timeout left for the Pride, 2 left for the Lancers. We'll keep it here during this timeout. I'd like to remind you this timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. See if we can get you an update on the college football scoreboard. Ohio State leads Texas late. Minute to go in the 4th quarter. 14-7. Buckeyes on top.
It's looking like, I think Buckeyes have got the ball here, too, in the 4th quarter. Under 2 to play. Not sure what Texas's timeout situation is, but they might be a first down away.
Could very well be. We'll give you an update in our halftime report. What's going on with only one other game in the GPAC and major college football, and that punt goes straight up in the air and towards the sideline. It's a shank, but a penalty flag is down. That's going to be roughing the punter.
Yeah, they nailed the punter there. That was tough to watch. Camden Vance got nailed late, already had it up in the air and was taken out. Looks like that was by number 20, Raheel English of the Pride.
Well, now is the question, will it give enough yardage for Mount Marty for a first down?
15-yard penalty. It's 4th and 15. Should be right on it.
It is a personal foul.
It is a personal foul.
And it's an automatic first down.
Yep, personals are automatic.
Yep. I wasn't sure if it was going to be the 5-yard or the 15, but it's the 15-yard, and it is an automatic first down for Mount Marty. So they dodge a bullet there, and more than likely with 13 seconds left. They do have 2 timeouts.
If I'm the Lancers, I'm doing one quick short pass over the middle, get an extra 10 yards, call a timeout, then try and end a half Hail Mary. They're sitting at the 50 or the 49-yard line in their 49-yard line in opposing territory. I'm not sure what Reichen's arm is, if he can get it 60 yards downfield into the end zone. I know he's close there, but I'd try and get just a little closer there to give your receivers time to get downfield.
They may have time actually for 3 plays if
they've
do
got
it
2
right.
timeouts.
Yeah. 1st and 10 out of the shotgun. Reichen looking over the middle of the field. Steps up, throws, swing out pass. Hartz. He's going to be hit, and he will get out of bounds. And almost a late hit at the 41-yard line. That stops the clock with 4 seconds left.
Yeah, that play took way too long, I will say. Took way too long to either get down or get out of bounds in that situation. You want to catch it and just go down instead of fight for the extra yards. Sure, you got an extra 3 out of it, but it took 6 seconds off the clock when you were fighting for yardage there. So now you only have time for 1 down. It's 4.3 seconds on the clock, 1 down. I think we're going to see Reichen's arm and throw the end of half Hail Mary.
Yeah, Marty has to call the timeout. Like to remind you, this timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during this timeout here with 4.3 seconds on the clock. And, you know, we were watching the Colorado game last night, and they had terrible clock management in the waning moments of that contest. And it was Georgia Tech winning that one in Boulder. But, boy, if you were watching that game on TV last night, that was some of the worst clock management I've seen in college football in a while. And it ended up costing Colorado, maybe not the game, but they definitely hurt their chances. And now the Lancers, not bad clock management here, but they do have a timeout to work with here, but 4.3 seconds left. You got to figure this one's heading for the end zone.
Yep.
Reichen rolls to his right. He's being pressured, loads up, throws it to the end zone into triple coverage, and it is going to be intercepted in the end zone. And now the Pride are trying to set up a return at the 25-30, but slipping and falling is the defensive back who picked off that Hail Mary, and that was Jordan Summage, the senior out of Montgomery, Alabama, and he took a hard hit right at the 28-yard line as he was slipped and fell, and then he got hit on the way down, and he is still on the ground as time has expired here at the end of the second quarter of play. Let's hope that young man's all right. 27-14 is our score. Mount Marty ahead of Clarke University here in the opening contest for the 2025 season, and that young man, Summage, still on the turf, not moving at about the 20 or at the 33-yard line. His helmet's off, and now the Clarke University players, they have all gone to a knee.
And the Lancers had already left. They were going to the locker room already, but now he's getting up, players are up, and everybody's heading to the locker room now.
All right, we're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back. We'll have the halftime report. That's being brought to you this year by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Back in 2 minutes, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you're listening to KYNT.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Now open near you. Book at leschwab.com.
Have you heard about Slowey Management's latest upgrades at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton? Well, it's some big news. Renovations are being done on all rooms and the hotel's breakfast area. Once all the work is complete, it'll be like stepping into a brand new hotel. If you're arranging rooms for business travelers or family, they will love the incredible improvements at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. And as always, for competitive rates and flexible reservation changes, contact the Holiday Inn Express direct.
And welcome back to Dalzell Field here in Dubuque, Iowa, home of the Clarke University Pride. It's the opening weekend of college football here for the Mount Marty Lancers. Lancers up on top of the Pride 27-14 here at the intermission. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. And now it's time for the Runza Rundown. You know, Runza's trying out a new idea. Stop in for a bunza. Yeah, that's a bunza with a B. The homemade bread you love, but in a smaller round size minus the cabbage. You got 3 flavor options: Philly cheesesteak, buffalo chicken, and cheesy dog. They're available in Yankton at Runza. And Tehl, a great start for the Lancers, but a good surge by Clarke in the waning moments of the second quarter.
That's exactly as you said. The Lancers jumped out to a 20-0 lead in this game with 3 great touchdown passes from Rugby Riken to Kyle Hirsch, James Brinsley, and Rodney Broadnax throughout the first quarter and a half. Then in the final 5 minutes, it really was Clarke kind of turning things around on the Lancers. Clarke marches down the field, an 11-play drive over 4 minutes, ending with 6. Riley Hawkins, his touchdown catch, makes it 20-7 at that point. Lancers then get it back with about 4 minutes to go. They do get down the field quick, fast, and in a hurry. They get it in the end zone, the Riken rushing touchdown. But they left too much time on the clock. 90 seconds was way more than Clarke needed. They score in just 2 plays, 65 yards, and 25 seconds to make it 27-14. Nobody does anything with it in the final minute. End of half, Hail Mary does get intercepted, which is kind of unfortunate for Riken because it ruins a really, really good first half on the stat sheet, at least now, with 1 pick. But 3 touchdowns to that 1 interception for Riken, and 27-14 is your halftime score.
Yeah, we'll take a 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio any day. Let's check out the game stats. That's brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what you got?
Yeah, we'll start with the team stats here. In total offense, Lancers have run 38 plays for 262 yards. 43 plays for Clarke for 238 yards. Actually pretty even there. In terms of the ground game, Lancers have ran the ball 19 times for 90 yards. Clarke 23 times for 104 yards. In first downs, the Lancers have 13. Pride have 10. Efficiency, third down efficiency, Lancers actually very low compared to last year. Only 3 of 9 on the money down. You remember, they were number 1 in the nation in third down conversion last year, north of 50%. Not so far today. Clarke, on the other hand, same boat. They're struggling, 2 of 9 for 22%. Individual stats, Riken 9 of 19, 172 yards, 3 touchdowns, and the end of half Hail Mary interception. Riken does have 17 yards running the football and a touchdown. Malachi Hartz has 63 yards on the ground on 11 carries. Kyle Hirsch, 2 carries for 11 yards. Receiving, Waholtz has 1 catch for 2 yards. Carvajal, 1 for 33. Kyle Hirsch, 3 for 54 and a touchdown. James Brinsley, 1 catch. It was a 33-yard touchdown. Rodney Broadnax, 2 catches for 51 yards and a touchdown. Gavin Swanson had 1 for -1 as well. On the other end, Clarke, Carson Estrada, 10 of 20, 134 yards and 2 touchdowns. He only had a little over 30 yards passing in the game before the final 5 minutes of the first half. Really turned it on at the end of that half at about 100 yards in 4 minutes. In terms of running the football, it's Perry, who has 61 yards on 13 carries. Hoosman has 48 yards on 7 carries. Receiving, Hawkins has 2 catches, 15 yards and a touchdown. That's Riley Hawkins. Davin Hawkins has 3 catches for 63 yards and a touchdown. Ostrander Creer, 2 for 45.
And those stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge in Yankton. You got any more stats, or is that pretty much the rundown?
That's pretty much the rundown for both teams, team and individual.
Hey, let's go to the scoreboard. It's brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy on Broadway in Yankton. From major college football, Ohio State beats Texas 14-7. Tehl, I thought there'd be some more points in that game.
So did I. I think a lot of people were very excited about the offenses in those two games, but it was a defensive shutout. Arch Manning, obviously the big story coming into this year. Only 15 of 25, 137 yards, 1 TD. That came very, very late, and an interception.
And from the Great Plains Athletic Conference at the break, Benedictine at home leading Morningside 17-14. Morningside number 3 in the country, Benedictine number 4. Of course, Benedictine in this Heart of America conference. It's a team that Clarke is going to be facing down the road, along with the defending champion Grandview team, who they get the last game of the regular season. So a big matchup there, probably one of the biggest in all of NAIA, down in Atchison, Kansas. Benedictine, the home team, leading 17-14. We'll pass along more scores throughout the afternoon here for you, and thank you to Gerstner Oil for sponsoring the scoreboard. We're going to take a break and come back with an interview and tell who we talking to at halftime today.
The president of Mount Marty University and Dr. Mark Long. He is set to retire at the end of this year. He's going to have his final day on, I believe, December 31st. So he spoke with our own Jeff Erickson a little earlier this week about how the search is going for the new president and kind of how he's finishing off his tenure. He's been great for Mount Marty.
And we'll hear that interview after this 2-minute timeout. We're at the break here in Dubuque, Iowa. It's Mount Marty 27. Clarke University, 14. Back with that interview in a couple of minutes right here on KYNT.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora Musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sureco offers more than just egg tarps? Sureco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sureco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sureco distributor or find us at sureco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sureco.
When it's time to celebrate, Pizza Ranch is ready. This is Mike with the Yankton Pizza Ranch. We've got plenty of room and plenty of food on our buffet for everyone, loaded with pizzas, desserts, and the country's best chicken. Everyone leaves a winner, so make it a buffet day at Pizza Ranch of Yankton, available every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
More pay, more benefits, more opportunities. Parker of Yankton is hiring second shift assemblers and a variety of other positions. With competitive wages plus a night shift pay differential. Enjoy great health insurance, paid time off, retirement benefits, and a team that helps you succeed. Whether you're starting fresh or looking to advance, this is your chance to earn more while building a career you can count on. Don't wait. Apply today and make your next move your best move.
Parker, engineering your success.
Welcome into the halftime show from Parker Hannafin now. More Mount Marty football around the corner, but first a special treat, an interview brought to you by Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. This is an interview that was conducted a little earlier this week on Wednesday. Our own Jeff Erickson at KYNT sat down with the president of Mount Marty University in Dr. Mark Long. If you have not heard, Dr. Mark Long is about to retire, finish up his tenure at Mount Marty as president. This winter, December 31st, I believe, first of the year, will be his last day. And there is an ongoing search for a new president for Mount Marty University. Full details on it and a little bit more about it all from Dr. Long himself, now coming up.
Dr. Mark Long, president of Mount Marty University, good morning.
Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
I am well. Just the other day, we were wrapping up the school year. I hope you had a good summer.
Yeah, I did. It went quickly, but yeah.
What was the highlight?
Gee, I think just like spending time with family. Didn't travel much this year. We're slowly moving to our farm, which is south of Omaha. And so, it was just sort of a busy summer, but just got to spend a lot of time with my wife and kids, which was good.
That is good. And in case people forgot, you are going towards retirement.
I am.
And that will happen at the end of the year.
Yep.
So from now until then, business as usual, and I'm sure there's a lot on your plate.
Yeah, there is. I'm not involved in the search for the new president. You know, the board and the search committee are doing that. I'm focused on making Mount Marty the best it can possibly be this semester. And so really nothing has changed. In fact, anything, I had a staff member ask me not too long ago, he's like most people thought you'd be slacking off, but you're actually getting more focused and intense. And I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of things to get done in the next 4 months.
I'm going to guess it's because you truly, deeply, sincerely care.
I really do.
Yeah, I know you do.
And being around students again, seeing them on campus. And I had this conversation with another group of folks. We were talking about just challenges that we have, building maintenance, repair. You know, I could go through a whole list of what college and university administrators talk about. But we saw 3 freshmen and new students come out of a residence hall. And I said, you know, we talk about all these issues and problems, but I said, aren't we blessed to be in a profession where we get to touch the future? And those 3 young people coming out of that residence hall, what we are doing here now impacts their life for the next 60 years. And really, that is the beauty of doing what we do at any university, but specifically Mount Marty with our Benedictine values. It has been it's been a blessing for me, certainly.
But let me ask quick, you mentioned the search. Is there a date in mind they hope to have a name out there of who will follow you?
I don't know that there is a specific date in mind. I'm sort of hoping this fall, you know, around Lancer Days and other times that hopefully we will have a name to share, because I think it would be good for the new president to be around for events and activities at some time this fall. But like I've told the board, I'm happy to be here through December 31st. But these searches are never cut and dried in terms of timeline and what happens. And so I don't have anything on the other side of it. So if they need me to stay around a little longer, I'm willing to do that. But hopefully, I think by the middle toward the end of the fall, we ought to have, hopefully, God willing, a new president named.
Nothing more important than getting it right.
That's exactly right. And getting the right person who has the right abilities, but also understands this community, our values at Mount Marty, so important.
Halftime interview from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. The halftime show rolls on when we return. This is KYNT's coverage of Mount Marty Lancer football.
Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Looking for the perfect place to get together with friends and family, watch the game, and enjoy some of the best wings in town? Make plans to visit Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. It doesn't matter what team you cheer for, your game day cravings are covered. Enjoy the action while you dig into mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and stacked sandwiches. Open Tuesday through Sunday, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite spot for food, friends, and sports. Your game days belong at Checkers.
And we are back here at Dalzell Field In Dubuque, Iowa, halftime of the opening contest of the 2025 season. It's Mount Marty ahead of Clarke, 27-14. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We have partly cloudy skies, 72 degrees, winds about 5 to 10 miles per hour here in Dubuque, Iowa. Bright, sunny day here, and the Lancers up at the break. They will receive the kickoff to start the third quarter of play. I got an update on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard early on. Iowa State leading USD 7-0. That game 10 minutes left to go in the first quarter. That being played at Iowa State today. And in case you didn't hear it earlier, it was Ohio State beating Texas 14-7. That is a final score. One of the biggest games of the weekend is in the books.
Absolutely. Another one coming up tonight that's going to be a really big one. Doesn't start till 6:30, but LSU Clemson, number 9 LSU, number 4 Clemson. That will be a fun one tonight. And then tomorrow, Notre Dame, Miami, 6-10 matchup. We've got some good college football this weekend.
I love the fact that some of these college football teams are scheduling tough opponents in the first early part of the season here, because far too often in years past, what happened? You see powerhouse team taking on cupcakes. Well, hats off to all the teams. I don't care what sport it is. Basketball, volleyball, baseball, football, soccer, you name it. I love teams that start off the season. You know, I respect the teams that, hey, we're going to take on a top 5, top 10 team in the country. Let's start off strong and see what we got.
It's one of the things that has come around, I think, specifically because the change of the format to the playoffs. You know, in years past, only 4 teams could get in. You couldn't risk playing another good team early in the year, because if you drop it, you're done. Your season's over right then, you know, because only 4 teams get in. But now, with the extension of the playoffs, you're able to test yourself a little bit, because you can still get into the playoffs with a couple losses, especially these top teams. And if you win one of these early season matchups, well, that pretty much just guaranteed you a playoff spot right there. Ohio State, unless they really fall off, this is going to be great on their resume, taking down Texas.
Yeah, that's a big, big resume enhancer for Ohio State, the defending national champions, who, of course, the Big Ten is going to be tough. Penn State's highly ranked.
Oregon will be good again.
Oregon's going to be good. Michigan's bringing a lot back from a team that surged late. The Big Ten's going to be tough. And it's going to be a real dogfight to get into one of those 12 playoff spots at the end of the year. Here, of course, in NAIA, you got 20 playoff spots. Of course, there's a bunch of teams that if they win their conference, win the division of their conference, they get automatic bids. And, of course, that means the GPAC only gets 1 automatic bid. They normally get 2 teams in. Last year, I thought, we both thought there would be at least 3 teams in, but that wasn't the case.
We really thought Dort was getting in at the end of the season. In fact, I was upset when they did not get in. I thought they had one of them at-large bids locked down, but after, beating, I believe they were number 1 or 2 at the time, Northwestern at Northwestern's place that season. Northwestern got in, Dort did not. I was upset about it, but hopefully this year maybe Dort gets a second chance.
Or Concordia. Concordia had a strong season last year.
They did.
And we'll see what the GPAC can do throughout the course of the season. Right now, Morningside on the road, down by 3 at halftime to highly ranked Benedictine in Atchison, Kansas, 17-14 that score at halftime. They're about ready to get underway with the second half. As we're getting ready to get underway with the second half here, Clarke kicking off to Marty. It will be dropping back deep. Drushan Phillips, Jacob Carbajal, anticipating the kick from Steele Fredericks. Or check that, it's going to be Gustav Norberg-Risto. The punter will do the kickoff duties for Clarke. It's Mount Marty, 27, Clarke, 14. Third quarter about to get underway here from Dubuque, Iowa. In a field that is used by Clarke and a couple of the local high schools here. In fact, they have Mustangs in one end zone, Rams in the end zone, the other end zone. That's for a couple of high school teams here in Dubuque. And Dalzell also being used by Clarke, a team that is, I believe, in their 7th year of football. And here's the kickoff. And it's a high end over end, caught at the 17-yard line. Carbajal running to his left, has a lane at the 20, the 25, the 30, across the 40 to midfield, jumps over a tackler into Pride territory, knocked out of bounds near the 38-yard line. What a return by Jacob Carbajal, the sophomore out of Oxnard, California.
I'll tell you what, in the first half, special teams was very easily the weakest link of the three phases for the Lancers, and it wasn't even close. And I think they might have addressed that at halftime in the locker room. Those coaches might have had a couple of words. They started off with a great special teams play. Lancers setting up inside of the 40-yard line.
Yep, right at the 39. That's where they'll spot it. 1st and 10. Lancers operate left to right on your radio dial, and they'll go to the run, and Hirsch to the left side across the 35, knocked out of bounds near the 32. They say his knee's down at the 33 instead, but still, that's a really good gain of about 6 yards on 1st down. Just underway here in the second half. The second half brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Core Trust Bank, you can raise your expectations. Remember FDIC. Back to the run. Hirsch to the left side, tries the right side now, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. No gain on the play.
Was hit about 2 yards deep, was lucky to get back. I think back there looking like that might have been number 0, A.J. Moore.
And here comes Hartz into the game to replace Hirsch. 3rd down and 4. Potentially 4-down territory here for Mount Marty. First possession of the second half. Lancers up 27-14. They'll send Roland, the tight end, in motion. Lines up on the left side. Hartz up the middle. Runs into his own man. Powers through a tackle across the 30 to the 28. He's got the 1st down.
I love the way Hartz is running to start off the season. He's getting hit about a yard or two downfield, and he has never gone down on the first contact. He is just getting yards on contact every single time he touches the ball. Was able to fight forward for an extra 4 and the 1st down there.
And we have a player down, looks like a leg cramp for a Clarke player, one of their linemen, right at the 28-yard line. And while we got a moment, like to thank Conklin Distributing for their support of Mount Marty Athletics. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. And thank you for Conklin Distributing for supporting Mount Marty Athletics. Clock stops with 13:50 here to go. 3rd quarter just underway. Lancers up 27-14. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. And getting up and jogging off the field is the defensive player for the Pride. That was one of their linebackers, Steele Fredericks.
Probably a cramp there. They came out and were instantly stretching him, and now they're going to continue to stretch him on the near sideline. But something we haven't talked a whole lot about today is the weather, because it's just beautiful. 75 degrees with sunny sky, well, kind of cloudy skies overhead, but the sun is out shining down on the field. It's beautiful.
Hartz with the run to the left side, powers through a tackle, but only gains a yard on that play as both Hartz and Hirsch were on the field. Tried a misdirection play, but the Pride defense wasn't fooled. 2nd and 9 coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Lancers wearing the road white uniforms, gold helmets, navy blue numbers and letters with the gold pants. Gold home uniforms for the Pride with the dark blue helmets and pants, the white numbers and letters. 2 backs in the game again. Hartz up the middle, dances through traffic, powers through a tackle across the 25, knee down at the 21-yard line, sets up 3rd down and about 2.5 yards to go.
Once again, about 4 yards after first contact. Hartz is just running like a man unleashed today. This is really fun to watch.
Malachi, he's a senior out of Merced, California. 3rd down, we'll call it 3 yards to go. Hartz stays in the game. Hirsch to the sideline. Pistol formation. Receivers either side. H-back on the left side. Now here comes Waholes in motion. Hartz up the middle. Dances through the line. He's got the 1st down at the 18-yard line.
Knew where the line to gain was and got right there.
They'll move the chains. 1st down, Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you today in part by Slowey Management. Call the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express and Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes.
Another red zone possession now for the Lancers. Last time they were here, it was a Rugby Reich and I believe RPO. Fake to Hirsch up the middle, took it to his left, and nobody was after him, went straight to the end zone.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. I believe that's Swanson in at running back. No, check that. It'll be a handoff to a new running back into the game, and he'll be pulled down near the 15-yard line.
That's Jameer Pearson, a junior running back out of Towson.
Pearson with the carry, got a couple. First time for him today. It's both Hartz and Hirsch getting a break.
One thing we know about the Lancers backfield, because of the injuries that we had all last season to the running backs, we know they've got a large stable of guys that can run the rock. We saw a lot of them last year.
Yep. Pistol formation on 2nd down and 7. Ball right around the 16, or check that 15-yard line. Pearson runs into his man, then runs into a defensive tackle, twisted down right at the line of scrimmage by Anderson Delva, the sophomore out of Sunrise, Florida. 3rd and 7. You got to figure, if not 4-down territory, maybe within the range of Camden Vance. Not much of a win today, so that shouldn't affect the kicking game, but the kicking game has struggled today for Mount Marty. 10:25 and counting, 3rd quarter. Lancers up 27-14, trying to add to that lead. Out of the shotgun set. 2 receivers to the left. Play action. Reichen being pressured. Steps up. Holding in the backfield. Penalty flag down. Passing complete. And no doubt they're going to decline this. And a player is down for the Pride. One of their defensive linemen is down. Trying to pick up a number here. Again, looks like a leg cramp at around the 20-yard line.
Yeah, they're going to take a look at him, but that was great coverage once again from this Clarke secondary, and I'm not sure what's going on here, if the Lancers receiving core is off to a slow start to the season or if this Clarke secondary is legit this year. But either way, the Lancer receivers, outside of those couple of big plays downfield, they've really struggled to get open on the short passing game. Whenever they need a couple yards, haven't been able to find it. There have been a lot of scrambles.
That steal, Fredericks down on the field again. Again, it looks like a leg cramp. There was holding. It's going to be accepted, so that's going to back the Lancers up to the 25-yard line. It'll make it 3rd down and 18, and may have knocked them out of field goal range, but they get another chance. And here, this timeout, actually injury timeout, brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They have legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. And yes, another thing about early season games, especially in the hot weather, a lot of players susceptible to leg cramps. And I was thinking back to that game a couple of years ago, Briar Cliff at Mount Marty. The game got moved to 7 o'clock. It was 97 degrees when we got kicked off, and I think it was a victory for both training staffs that we only had one leg cramp that night.
Oh, that was crazy. That was hot.
That was a hot, and fortunately, because it was Briar Cliff that was playing the Lancers, they moved that game from a 1 o'clock kickoff to a 7 o'clock kickoff, but it was still scorching hot all over the Midwest that particular day. That was a Labor Day weekend as well, 2 years ago. Here we got 3rd and 18, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Here comes a man in motion. That's Carbajal. Drop back. Reichen pressured. He is going to have to run. He tries to slip away from a man. He'll get across the 20 to the 18-yard line, back to the original line of scrimmage. Now let's see what happens here. 4th down coming up, and here comes the field goal unit, and Camden Vance trots out onto the field. It'll be at the left hash mark. He is a right-footed kicker, and generally they'd rather be on the other side.
That was a good play by Rugby Reich, and kind of a heads-up play, knowing they're not going to get a first down there. He was just able to get forward for about 6 or 7 to help get them a little closer for field goal range.
Ball spotted at the 19. This will be a 36-yard field goal attempt. High snap, brought down, kick on the way. It is good! From 36 yards out, Camden Vance, the first field goal of the year, makes it 30-14. Lancers on top. 9:23 left to go. 3rd quarter, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmock cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
FM 1021 and AM 1450, KYNT, Yankton.
Lancers get on the scoreboard to start the third quarter of play. 30-14 the score on a 36-yard field goal by Camden Vance. Vance will get set, or check that'll be Jack Lilly set to kick off here. We'll get you those drive stats in just a moment. Lilly puts the toe to it, high end over end kick, back near the end zone. It's collected by one of the return men for the Pride, and he'll get across the 25 out to the 28-yard line. Picked up the number here. I believe that's one of the backup wide receivers.
Hurd on the return.
Hurd gets the return. He returned one earlier for the Pride, who find themselves down by 16 points here with 9:15 left to go here in the third quarter of play. So from the 28-yard line, Carson Estrada, the redshirt sophomore, trots out on the field. Big quarterback, 6'4", 255. Shotgun set, two receivers either side. Claps his hands, wants to throw a quick pass, bubble screen. Surrounded right away was the wide receiver who caught it at the line of scrimmage. No gain. That pass was to Isaac Guerrero, his first catch of the year, sophomore out of El Paso, Texas.
Guerrero, the receiver.
No gain on the play. Well played defensively by Mount Marty.
We talked about the Lancer defense at halftime. They had a really, really good about 25 minutes to start this game. The last 5 minutes of the first half, really rough. 2 scores.
Running play. Riley has a big hole across the 40 to midfield, and Mohammed shoves him out of bounds in Lancer territory. Caleb Perry with a great run around the right side, but we've got another hurt player for Clarke. Back at the 40-yard line, and it's one of the offensive linemen down around the 35-yard line, and he's holding his leg, probably another cramp.
Yeah, they're stretching him out just like it.
Oh, and
Clarke's got to hydrate.
Yeah. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. That is the key, especially in these early season games where you're going to be playing in hot weather.
Yeah, it looks like the coach is now saying to do that. He's bringing in his rest of his offense and saying, everybody take a drink of water. We have had too many cramps so far this second half.
Yep, they're passing around the water bottles here on both sides.
Everybody needs a drink.
As we're trying to pick up the player that's down, and we can't see the number. He's lying on his chest right now. They're trying to stretch that leg out. 8:36 left here in the third quarter. Lancers 30, Clarke University 14, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Tuman. While we've got a moment here, like to thank one of our sponsors. That's Runza. Now, Runza's trying out a new idea. Stop in for a bunza. Yeah, that's bunza with a B. It's a homemade bread you love, but in a smaller round size, minus the cabbage. You have 3 flavor options: Philly cheesesteak, buffalo chicken, or cheesy dog. It's available in Yankton only at Runza. See if we can get that stat on that last drive. You had 10 plays, 20 yards, 5:26 off the clock. That's a long time and a lot of plays to only go 20 yards, but fortunately the player is up for Clarke here. That's David Espino, the junior from Pompano Beach, Florida. He's going to walk off under his own power, but he'll have to check out.
That's the 300-pound left guard. We'll see who they bring in for him, it looks like.
Probably Hunter Riddell, I think, is out on the field. He's listed as the backup. And we get back to action here on 1st down and 10 from Lancer territory at the 46.
It looks like they've actually put in Aiden Rosa over at right tackle, and then the right tackle, Joey Pagan, is moving to left guard.
Running play up the middle, nothing there for Brady Huseman. No gain on the play. Swallowed up by several white jerseys. Brings up 2nd down and 10. 8:10 left to go, third quarter. Lancers 30, Clarke 14. 2nd and 10. The Pride operating right to left on your radio dial. Shotgun set. Here comes a blitz. and somebody was offsides, I think, or a false start.
Yeah, it looks like what happened here is the Lancers were sending a blitz. They were sending in Brock Lubers off the right side, but as he got closer, he stopped and stuttered because he was too early. He was about to be offsides and got somebody to jump.
Now it's Coach Hicks saying, hey, that guy was offside.
He was across the line first, and then my guy reacted. And I actually agree with the Clarke coach here. I thought Lubers had crossed that line and was across, which caused him to jump already. But the official are saying he didn't cross the line, just got the guy to jump.
False start on the offense, the official call. Back him up 5. 2nd and 15 now for the Pride. They're back on their own side of the 50-yard line at the 49. Shotgun set, 2 receivers either side. Estrada looking for the long pass down the sideline, and it's out of bounds. Incomplete. Riley Hawkins, the intended receiver, 2 defenders there, and that pass I don't think could have been caught in bounds.
No, it was, and I think that's the only reason there wasn't a flag thrown there, because the Lancer was definitely early, but the pass was just too far out of bounds. Not catchable.
Brings up 3rd down and 15 for the Pride. They're down by 16 points here in the 3rd quarter. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Play action. Middle screen. Caught by Perry. He breaks 1 tackle, but he's not going to get to the first down marker. He's brought down 4 yards shy at the 40-yard line. You got to figure Clark's going to go for it. They're coming right to the line of scrimmage quickly.
That was a good screen. Got just enough yards that they get a chance to think about this. They were across their own side of the field.
Yeah, but wow, they're going to move it back 2 yards. They're going to put it at the 42. That's where they say his knee was down.
Yeah.
All right, so that makes it 4th and about 6, and they're going to go for it. Estrada signals to his receivers, 3 out on the right side, 1 to the left. Perry standing to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. And now they'll straighten up, look to the sideline. They got 8 on the play clock. Big 4th down here for the Pride. Estrada claps his hands. Oh, quick kick. It's a quick punt. High and out of bounds. You don't see that too often, but it didn't go very far. It was off the side of his foot, off the right side of his foot. The referee signals it only went
6 yards.
It only went 6 yards. And so the quick kick on 4th down will give the Lancers the ball at their own 36-yard line, 1st and 10.
Just went off the side of Estrada's foot, just straight to the sideline. 6 yards is all the net on that putt.
I like the call.
100%. I was sitting here thinking the whole time I would punt here.
And, you know, had they pinned him down inside the 10, that would have been great. But that punt went off the side of the foot of the quarterback. And now, better field position for the Lancers at their own 36. Empty backfield, bubble screen, caught. Hirsch wants a block. He's to the 40, the 45, and knocked out of bounds. Good gain on the play. We saw a lot of that play last year, that little bubble screen to the running back.
Yep. They had good wide receivers on the outside that were big, able to block. That's why they did it, and it's working so far today as well. That is Kyle Hirsch's 4th catch for a little over 60 yards. He is the leading receiver on the day for the Lancers in terms of yardage.
6:20 and counting. That was a gain of 8 on that play. 2nd down and 2. Hirsch in at running back to the left of his quarterback, takes the handoff, runs to his right, now up the middle. He'll get to right shy of the midfield stripe. They're going to give him forward progress to the 50. Move the chains, 1st down Lancers.
Gotta love what's happening with this two-headed monster in Hirsch and Hartz. Both of them really playing well today. Maybe the best 2 players on the field so far in this ball game. Both of those 2 guys.
Hirsch checks out. Tagging in is Malachi Hartz at the running back position. 1st and 10. Lancers. 5:40 and counting. 3rd quarter. Lancers up 30-14. They'd love to get another score here. Make it a 3-score game. Handoff. Hartz cuts up the middle after starting off to his right. He'll get about 3.5, maybe 4 yards on the play.
That'll put him over 80 yards on the ground and has yet to be stopped in the backfield, despite being hit in the backfield multiple times. He's fighting his way out of them.
2nd down, about 6 yards coming up. Lancers taking their time, and why not? Give that defense a chance to rest. Make sure you got everybody on the same page of the playbook. Hart stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Carbajal in motion. Carbajal on the end around, running to his left, gets a block. He's to the 40. He'll have the first down at the 38-yard line.
Flag on the play. Unfortunately, it looks like this one's going to be on the Lancers. I believe we've got a holding call. Yeah,
we do.
It was one of the wide receivers blocking out on the edge, had his arm just around the left shoulder of his defender, had him wrapped up.
Another penalty negates a first down for Mount Marty. They're going to tag Nick Heath, the senior out of Wisconsin. And with 4:49 left, they'll back the Lancers up, back across midfield, put them at their own 48-yard line. Second down, about 12 coming up. Lancers up 30-14 over Clarke University.
One thing the Lancers are certainly going to have to look at and film this week, they've been playing behind the sticks a lot today. 2nd and 12.
Riken, straight drop back, little pump and go, and he throws downfield. There was contact, Carbajal and the defensive back. No flag, incomplete. Summage makes the defensive play for the Pride. 3rd down and 12 coming up now for Mount Marty as the clock stops with 4:26 left here in the 3rd quarter. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. Lancers taking their time, 12 on the play clock. Now they'll deploy. They'll split one receiver out to the left, 3 out to the right. No tight end into the game. Here they're going to set up a screen. It's caught by Hirsch. He's got some blockers to the 50. He's to the 40. First down, dragged down near the 30-yard line. They'll put his knee down at the 31, and that was a well-executed screenplay by Mount Marty. Moved the chains, first down Lancers.
Took the words right out of my mouth. A perfectly executed screenplay for the Lancers. Swing it to Hirsch out on the outside. You got two linemen downfield, 2 defenders right there. Hat on a hat. Both of them get great blocks. Hirsch is able to be patient, weave his way through the traffic, and get the first down. That was great.
And the Lancers taking their time, which I like. Burn up that clock.
Clock is their friend right now.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, but 3:40 and counting here in the 3rd quarter. They got a fresh set of downs. They'll go back to the run in Hearts. Hole up the middle, across the 30. He'll get to the 26-yard line. Gain of 5 from Malachi Hearts. And if the Lancers can keep effectively running the ball, keep it in the middle of the field, use that play clock, wind it down to about 5 seconds, clock is just going to whittle away here in the 2nd half. We're in the 3rd quarter, 3:10 and counting. Lancers up 30-14. They're on the move at the Clarke 26-yard line. 2nd and 5.
And they're fighting to make it a 3-score game right now.
One receiver either side, pistol formation. Hearts up the middle, spins, gets past one man, but not the second man. He'll only gain 2 yards. Brings up 3rd and 3. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les.
Lancers struggled on 3rd down in the first half, going only 3 of 9. Here in the second half, they're actually 3 of 5, so a little better there.
Big 3rd and 3 coming up. You got to figure this is 4-down territory for Mount Marty. They have Hearts in the game at running back. Fake it to him. Screen pass. Heath makes a man miss, but he can't make the second man miss. No gain on the play. They tried a little screen to the tight end, but it didn't work.
Now, this is the exact yardage you expect the Lancers to go for it here, right about their own 24-yard line. 4th and 3, trying to make it a 3-score game. Don't know the max range of their new kicker, but he just made one right at the end of half. But it looks like they're going to go for this here.
Offense stays on the field, 20 on the play clock, 4th down and 3 coming up. They've got to get to the 21-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out, 2 out to the right. Straight drop back. Riken's going to scramble. He runs in the traffic. He's going to try to run for it. He doesn't get there, only a 1-yard gain. A great stand by the Clarke University defense. Lancers turn it over on downs. Minute 31 left. 3rd quarter of play. Lancers 30, Pride 14.
I said end of half. I meant just the last drive here. Camden Vance field goal from 36. They decided to go for it that time, and a good stand. As you said, Clarke will keep it a 16-point game, technically 2 possessions here. 1:31 left to go in the third. Lancers were really trying to put the pressure on and make it hard for Clarke to make a comeback there. That was maybe the biggest play of the game so far. This is still within reach.
First down and 10 from the 23-yard line. Estrada wants to throw, has time over the middle, caught by Davin Hawkins. He's still on his feet at midfield, pulled down by Lubers at the 46-yard line of Mount Marty. And Davin Hawkins has had a big game, the senior out of Annapolis, Maryland.
And Trevor Lambeth is shaken up on that. He was the initial hit on the wide receiver, and Lambeth is down on the field.
The clock stops with 1:13 left to go here. Quarter number 3. Lancers up 30-14, but the Pride have something going here. 1st and 10 at the Lancer 46-yard line. Well, we got a break. I'd like to remind you, at Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or a beginning farmer, we work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. See if we can get you an update on other scores. Only one game in the GPAC being played right now, and that's Morningside on the road. And they are at Benedictine. They're halfway through the third quarter. Morningside now up 27-24. That's on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. And Lambeth getting up, walking gingerly towards the sideline. As Clarke has a chance to huddle up. And now the referee says, let's go, fellas. 1st and 10 from the Lancer 46. 1st and 10 for the Pride. Team that went 1-10 last year. Looking to turn it around here with a lot of new players on their roster. Out of the shotgun set, 2 receivers in tight. They'll go to the ground. Perry stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. No gain, whole bunch of white jerseys there. Caleb Perry, first half, had trouble keeping his helmet on. Fell off, about 3-4 times. He had to check out of the game. Could have been an equipment problem. He's doing much better here in the second half.
If it was an equipment problem, they would have addressed it at halftime. It hasn't come off this third quarter.
Second down, 9. They'll give them 1 yard progress. They'll go back to the run. Perry to the right side, tries to dance outside. He's bottled up, gains a yard, and that's all. Maybe forward progress of 2. But again, that play was strung out by the Lancer defense.
That could take us to the end of the third quarter if Clarke chooses. About a 10-second difference between the play clock and the game clock.
Estrada, he wants to get another playoff here. He lines them up quick. Claps his hands. He wants the ball. 4-man front for the Lancers. Third down, throws over the middle. Incomplete. Lubers taps it away from Davin Hawkins. Stops the clock with just 5 seconds left. And will the Pride punt it away, or will they try to go for it on third down? Check that, 4th down and 8. They tried a quick kick last time.
It was about this exact spot on the field, too. It was 4th and 6 that time. Now 4th and 8. Looks like they are going to march out the punting unit.
Yep, and dropping back is Daniel Pierce to receive the punt. He stands around his own 10-yard line. Again, clock stopped. 10 on the play clock. Gustav Norberg Risto to punt it away. 6 on the play clock. 5 stands at his own 40. Low snap. It bounces to him, but he got it away quickly. And no, they're going to say his knee went down.
Oh, man.
His knee went down in order to pick up the low punt, and the referee signaled right away that player's down right there before it's punted.
Yep, went down to grab it on one knee, picked it up. That is one of them rules in college football. As soon as a knee touches the ground, that play is dead. Lancers, oh man, they get a lucky break there. 0.7 seconds on the clock, final play of the third quarter incoming, and it's going to come in Clarke territory instead of Clarke having a chance to pin him deep.
At the 41-yard line of the Pride, 1st down and 10 Lancers, 0.7 of a second on the clock after the botch punt. Boyd, 3 seconds they'll put on the clock now. And my goodness, what a break here for Mount Marty. and both teams have struggled at times in the kicking department. And now Mount Marty has Malachi Hartz in at running back. 1st and 10. This will be the final play of quarter number 3. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun set. Wachholz comes in motion. Play action. Rollout. Throw. Caught. Carbajal inside the 30, near the 29-yard line. They'll put him right at the 30. That's where his foot's out of bounds. That's how we'll end the third quarter of play with a first down play for the Lancers. We'll be back in 1 minute with the final quarter at the end of 3. Lancers 30, Pride 14. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Aztec is looking for people who can crush it. Aztec is hiring now, seeking a variety of positions, including assemblers for the evening shift, CNC maintenance technician for day shift, and cycle counter also day shift. Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or to see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Nicole is having her favorite Runza salad.
The something ranch salad.
It's the chicken bacon ranch salad.
But you can put whatever else you want around it. I'm here for the ranch.
I'm with you. Runza's homemade ranch is perfect. It's so good. A classic.
It's literally the only reason I like salad.
Great point. Come get a salad with your ranch. Try Runza's chicken bacon ranch salad today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
We're ready for the fourth period of play. Lancers on top of Clarke University, 30-14. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. 1st and 10. Lancers from the Clarke 30-yard line. A little bit of a busted play, but Malachi Hart sprints through the line, gets across the 25 to the 23, gain of 7 on that first down run.
Hartz will be over 90 yards on the ground here. He's averaging just over 5 yards a carry.
Only 3 points scored total in that third quarter of play, a field goal by the Lancers. 2nd down and 3. Pistol formation now. Now looks like they're going to change up the play. They look to the sideline. Plenty of time, 15 on the play clock. They'll stay in the pistol with 3 receivers out to the left. Now one man comes in motion. Hartz up the middle, has a hole across the 20 to the 15 to the 10. Bounces off a man, struggling inside the 5, down at the 4-yard line. More hard running by Malachi Hartz. It'll be 1st and goal for the Lancers.
That's a great way to get himself over the century mark for the first time this season. Does it in the first game, and that was one heck of a run. 1st and goal.
They put the ball down at the 3-yard line. Carbajal in motion. Hartz up the middle. He'll get near the goal line. Is he in? No, he's down at the 1-yard line. From the 4 to the 1, gain of 3. See if they go to him again here.
At this point, just let him get it in the end zone. He's yet to score today, and he's got over 110 on the ground.
They'll stack up with the goal line defense. Will the Pride. Oh, busted play. Handoff Hartz. He ran into Reichen, who had to corral a high snap. No gain on the play.
Well, now 3rd from the 2-yard line. Might switch things up here.
Touchdown here. Put the Lancers not necessarily in safe territory, but man, it would make it a 3-score game with 3 touchdowns needed. If they can get it into the end zone. 2 receivers out to the right. Carbajal in motion. Handoff. Hartz up the middle. Penalty flag down into the end zone. Touchdown. But this one may be coming back.
Now we'll check the flag here. Hartz is in if it's on Clarke. Otherwise, we're going to do this again.
Illegal formation on the offense. Take the touchdown off the board.
Well, early season penalties, it's the story every single year. First game of the year, there's just more than your share. For the Lancers, that would be their 6th penalty, but that one takes 6 off the board. 3rd down.
Yep, they move the ball back to the 6, and they're still within field goal range for sure. But you're thinking 6 if you're this close. From the 6-yard line, 3rd down and goal for the Lancers here in the early fourth quarter, up 30-14. 2 receivers out to the right now. Carbajal in motion. Hartz tries to dance his way up the middle. Gets nothing at all. No gain. So you got to figure the field goal unit comes out, and they will.
Yeah, Lancers, I think they did exactly what I said right before the start of that series. I think they just wanted to give it to Hartz. They ran it 4 times with him, got in the end zone once, taken back due to the penalty, and now it's just time for the field goal.
And this will be from the right hash mark. This will be a 23-yard attempt for Vance, who's already hit from 36. Hoffman, the holder. High snap, it goes through his hands. Ball's loose on the field, and it is going to be covered up back at the 21-yard line, and the Lancers get nothing out of that drive. The door is open for Clarke.
Yeah, that'll keep it a 2-score game. 16 points is the difference. Lancers really needed some points there.
And Camden Vance is limping to the sideline noticeably.
Oof.
And that would be a huge loss if he cannot go. He is the kicker and punter for the Lancers, but he basically walked off to the hobbled off the field on one leg.
Yeah, he was favoring his kicking leg, too.
Yeah, that's not a good sign, as he was at the bottom of the pile. It fell on the football, and here's a run by the Pride as they'll keep it on the ground on first down and go to Hawkins, or check that, new running back into the game for the Pride. And that was Samuel Black on the carry. He's into the game for the first time. They'll throw on second down, incomplete at the 45-yard line. Had a man open, too tall for Paulmore.
Yeah, just stretched it out in front of him a little too far, and 2 quick plays, and now it's 3rd down already. 3rd and 8 incoming for the Pride.
The Pride need to get points, get the momentum. With 11:31 left to go in the fourth quarter, they're down by 16. 3rd down and 8. Estrada at quarterback has Black standing to his left in the shotgun set. 3 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Now Black shifts over to the right side. 4-man front for Mount Marty. They'll rush 4. Play action. Throw over the middle. Caught incomplete. Dropped right at the sticks. Good defensive play by Mohammed. The man was open for a moment, but that was dropped by Joseph McCray.
That is the second 3rd down, just straight drop in this game. Both times would have been a first down had the yardage just in and out of the hands.
Pierce drops back to his own 40-yard line. Norberg Risto to punt it away. He stands near his own 10. 11:26 left to go in regulation. Lancers up 30-14. High snap, but he gets it away. Pierce, fair catch. And he's bumped into by, I think, his own man.
Well, it was a Clarke player who was knocking his own man into him, and then the Clarke player got into him too. Either way, that's going to be a penalty on Clarke for.
Yep, flag thrown right away as Clarke recovered it, but that will be interfering with the return man who signaled fair catch clearly.
Yeah. Was not a late signal. He was signaling it the full way, was trying to stand under it, and got ran over.
So let's see how many yards the Lancers will gain. The spot of the infraction, the 44-yard line of Mount Marty. Kick catch interference on the kicking team. 10 yards from the spot. First down, Mount Marty. And that'll move the ball, I believe, into Clarke territory. Now the big question, if you get down near field goal range, is Vance available to kick, or do you have to try to go to a backup kicker? That really changes the complexion of this contest.
It really does. 11:18 on the clock. Lancers are going to start in very favorable field position at the 40 of Clarke University, but obviously they'd like to not punt. But if they get in the end zone, we'll see whether they march him out there or whether they're just going to be going for 2 the rest of the game.
So the Lancers operating from right to left on your radio dial have it 1st and 10. Empty backfield now. Here comes Hirsch to the left of his quarterback. Receivers either side. Double tight end set. Hirsch tries the right side. Wants to turn the corner. Can't really do so. Got about 2. Maybe 3 on the spot. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC.
I would assume the backup kicker would be Lilly, who does their kickoffs.
Yep, he's the long-distance kicker, so figure he would be pressed into service.
I will tell you, however, on the far sideline, I can see Camden Vance warming up with the kicking net. He is getting a couple of test kicks in.
Good sign there. Screen pass. Hirsch to the left side. He gets to the 35, tries to muscle ahead, can't get to the 30. But he's stopped near the first down sticks. He might have it at the 31-yard line.
First receiver, short with
nice little swing route pass there. And they're going to move the chains, it looks like. Yep, that'll be a first down. And that's exactly what you need if you're Mount Marty. Move the chains, burn up clock. 10-15 and counting. Fourth quarter, Mount Marty 30, Clarke 14. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here at Dalzell Field in Dubuque, Iowa. Field turf surface here. North-south field. Lancers operating right to left. Running play. Hirsch, he'll get across the 30 near the 27-yard line, and he stays in bounds. I think that's also a key for all the running backs and receivers. You know, stay in bounds. Get that knee down in bounds. Get the extra yard if you can, but keep that clock running.
Lancers have had long, methodic drives running the football throughout this game, and that is their strength, and that is really good for them in the situation they're in. 9:30 on the clock, up 16. They're fighting to make it 3 possessions, and if they can keep taking time off the clock the way they have, they're going to wrap this up soon.
Play action. Throws to the end zone, got a man, penalty flag. It's going to be caught right at the goal line by Carbajal. Is he in? No, down at the 1, but hold everything, folks. There's a penalty flag down near the 15-yard line.
I got to think that is on the defender on him. He was giving him a push. This is either holding or pass interference on the defense, so they're going to decline that, and Lancers might have first and goal.
And it would be at point-blank range at the 1-yard line and holding on defense. It's declined. First and goal from the 1-yard line for Mount Marty, and what a catch by Carbajal. I tell you what, some of these receivers have made great catches today for Mount Marty.
It's what you love to see. The receiving core, a lot of them new this year, not necessarily new to the program, but they just graduated the entire room last year. So you want to see them early making plays like this. This is very encouraging.
Hart's in the game at running back. He'll line up in the pistol formation. Double tight end set. First and goal. Handoff. Hart's up the middle. Swallowed up. He didn't get there. Second down and goal coming up. And I think it's just blast ahead, plunge play with Hart's. I'd go 4 times if necessary.
That's what they did last time. They did exactly that. They went 4 times, didn't get it with him, ended up having a penalty, take one of them off the board, go into the 4th down play, and all of a sudden they had a kick and went over the head of the holder, but we'll see what they do here. Last time they didn't do anything except up the middle with Hart's.
12 on the play clock. Second and goal from the 1. Hart's in the backfield. Carbajal in motion. It's fumbled. Reichen picks it up and he's sacked back outside the 12-yard line. And boy, another botched play by the Lancers, and it costs them. And now they're back at the 12-yard line.
That was another bad snap too.
Yep.
The connection between Bunkers and Reichen just hasn't quite been there today, as good as it was the last couple years when they've played. Obviously, last year Bunkers not with the program. This year coming back, they're going to have to reestablish that connection.
A huge loss on the broken play moves them back to the 10-yard line. 3rd down and goal, passing situation here. Wahols in motion. Play action. Reichen throws out, looking for Brinsley. He'll stop, reverses field, directing traffic, wants to throw, still throws toward the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown, penalty flag down.
Flag on the play.
Who caught it? It was Hart's.
Oh, I think we got an eligible man downfield is what we're going to see here. I think the Lancers
Yeah.
had someone too far.
Ineligible man downfield, so wipe out the play. And now for Mount Marty, you're almost out of field goal range. You had 1st and goal at the 1-yard line, and now you're in danger of coming away with no points at all for the 2nd time in a row.
And that's also the 2nd straight time a Malachi Hart's touchdown has come off the board due to a penalty.
Wahol's out, Carbajal in at the receiver position for Mount Marty. 3rd and goal, and the ball's all the way back to the 15-yard line. Let's see what the Lancers do here. Hart stays in the game at running back. Riken directing traffic. Brinsley shifts around to the left side. Rolling to the right side at tight end. Straight drop back. Time for Riken. Throws it. Hart's caught at the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Mount Marty on the little wheel route.
Hart's the touchdown receiver.
And Hart's finally got his touchdown. That is his first of the season. Comes as a receiving touchdown. And the 3rd time he's been in the end zone today. This one's going to count.
And a huge score because now it's a 3-possession game with 7:28 left to go in regulation. Now
Good
they'll
news, Camden Vance is trying the extra point.
Yep, back out on the field. Noah McDermott is the holder. Last one went over his head. This one's on target. Kick is on the way, has the distance. Good. 7:28 left, 4th quarter. Lancers in control, 37-14 over Clarke University. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Kello Weather, powered by John Daly Vodka Tea. Smooth vodka, refreshing tea, and that perfect lemon twist. Crack open a legend. Get your John Daly Vodka Tea today.
And welcome back to Dalzell Field, where the Lancers just scored a touchdown. 7 plays, 26 yards, 3:50 time of possession. Riken, his 4th touchdown pass of the day. This one to Malachi Hart's from 15 yards out. And the Lancers in control at 37-14, along with Tehl Tanner. Steve Thum here in Dubuque, Iowa. Sunny and partly cloudy skies for the most part. Temperature around 72 degrees today. It's been a gorgeous day for football. Good turnout here. A lot of Lancer fans. Saw a lot of Mount Marty fans in the stands here today. All sitting on this side of the field where they got some shade here on this north-south field. Nice facility here. I will give credit to the facility here.
It's very nice.
And here is the kickoff. Hurd collects it. He is at the 20, the 25, breaks a tackle, gets across the 30, and pulled down at the 32-yard line.
Hurd on the return.
And so now for Clarke, they've got to go. They got 7:17 left, 3 timeouts, and they're down by 23 points. And they have struggled in the passing game, 13 of 27 for Estrada. Couple of touchdowns, no interceptions. That was his problem last year for Estrada. He threw 14 picks to 8 touchdowns, but he's sailed a lot of passes today. Overshot his receivers, especially early in the contest. Been more accurate in the second half. 2 receivers either side from the 32-yard line. Play action, throws over the middle. It's going to be caught. Ooh, big hit. Ostrander with the catch, but he was leveled by Pierce at the 47-yard line. First down.
Yeah, that was a big hit. It was a good catch and a good ball from the quarterback. Was left him short, so he didn't keep running into the safety. Was able to catch it, take a second before getting hit at least.
They'll put the ball actually at the 48. First down, Clarke. Strada throws a wobbler, caught, a little bubble screen out on the right side. Gain of about 4 yards to Riley Hawkins. We have Riley Hawkins, Davin Hawkins, no relations. One's from Annapolis, one's from Centerville, Iowa. Both play receiver for the Pride. 2nd and 6, hurry up offense for Clarke. Estrada drops back, wants to throw over the middle, caught. Riley Hawkins at the 30, down to the 20-yard line. What a great leaping catch by Riley Hawkins, the sophomore.
Talk about his accuracy issues, this quarterback. He's been on, he's been off, but right now he is about as hot as he can get. Just accurate throws, back to back to back. That one was impressive. Right, floated it over the head of the middle linebacker. Perfect in the breadbasket on the run. Now in the red zone.
Yeah, that was a very accurate throw. Right on the money by Estrada. He'll hand it off now. Running play to Perry, and he'll get a couple of yards, that's all. 6 minutes left to go in regulation. Lancers up 37-14. Clarke on the move, running the hurry-up offense. They're in the red zone at the 18-yard line, 2nd and 9. Estrada looks to his right, now over the middle, throws, caught, short pass. Tackled by Crownover was the receiver, and I think that was Davin Hawkins, and it was. He'll get down to the 11, 3rd and 2. Coming up. Quickly, here come the Pride to the line of scrimmage. They have a double tight end set, it looks like. But they'll go to the pass. Swing out pass. Caught. Oh, it's incomplete. In and out of the hands of Isaac Guerrero at the 10-yard line. Tried a little quick out pass to the wide receiver, but it was well covered. And he would have been shy because he was caught at the 10. He was being pulled down right away.
Yeah, I wondered if it was going to be a catch fumble for a second there. He had it, took a step, and then lost it. But either way, 4th and yard and a half.
Yep, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 4th down and a couple. And it will be a quarterback keeper, and the big 6'4", 255-pounder crashes ahead to the 8-yard line. He has the first down. 1st and goal for Clarke.
And he needed every pound on his frame right there. Damian Baldwin read it well, met him in the hole, but he was able to fall forward for a gain of 3 instead.
5 minutes left to go. 1st and goal for Clarke. They have all their timeouts left, but they're down 37-14 to Mount Marty. Lancer defense backpedaling here. Let's see if they can hold in the red zone. They have Huseman in at running back. 1st and goal. Drop back by the quarterback, throws, screen pass. Huseman catches it, touchdown. Nice little play, a little swing out pass to the running back coming out of the backfield, and the Pride are still alive.
4:34 on the clock, and that'll make it 37-20, extra point on the way. But as you said, this could make it a 16-point game once again. That is 2 possessions with the 2-point conversions. They just need a turnover, and they could get right back into this thing. The Lancers going to try and run the ball. Not going to take any risks. They just need to get a couple of first downs, chew some clock on this next drive.
Here's the interesting thing. Clarke's going to go for 2. They're down by 17. They want to make it 15 if possible. Empty, or check that, 4 receivers in the pattern, and now we have a penalty flag.
Flag on the play.
It's actually on the Lancers, so this will make the 2-point conversion a little easier.
Offsides on the defense, so they'll move the ball closer. So, interesting call here. If you kick the extra point, you're down by 16. That's still 2 touchdowns, 2 extra points. If you miss it here, you're down by 3 scores.
I don't know that the risk reward is there for me. If you miss here, you're down 17, as you said. You confirmed you need 3 more possessions if you miss this.
Estrada signaling his receivers, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. They'll hand it off. Perry up the middle. He'll squeeze into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. So the gamble pays off for Clarke. It's 37-22. Lancers on top. 4:34 left to go in the 4th quarter. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Move with Mason.
Back here in Dubuque, Iowa, Clarke just scores. Estrada to Houston for 8 yards. They went for 2. They got it. 8 plays, 65 yards, 2:43 time of possession. And Clarke's very much still in this game with 4:34 left to go. 37-22. Mount Marty on top along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And frankly, that was a little too easy for Clarke getting down the field that quickly.
Yeah, it was reminding me of the end of the first half when they did exactly this with a little under 5 minutes to go. They were able to get down the field super quick, get in the end zone. We'll see what the Lancer defense is able to do to recover this. Everybody's up in the box. They're looking for an onside.
It's Gustav Ristel. It is an onside kick covered up by
Nick Heath. Looks like he grabbed that.
Yeah, Norberg Risto tried the onside kick. It took a friendly bounce, and the Lancers cover it quickly. Nice play by Heath, the senior.
Heath with the recovery.
All right, the game is in the hands of the Lancers. 4.5 to play. They've got their offense on the field, an offense that has chewed clock throughout this game. If they're able to chew some clock here and go down and put any type of points up on the board, 3 or 6, they're going to go back up 3 possessions and likely finish this game. But Clarke, if they get a 3 and out or a turnover, they've got a real chance of getting back in this.
Yeah, Mount Marty +9 in time of possession. Malachi Hart's on the run, 1st and 10, straight up the middle, tries to push the pile forward. We started off at the 47. He got to the 42, gain of 5.
That's a good way to start it.
And no doubt the Lancers are going to try to milk that game clock. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 2nd down and 5 coming up, crossing the 4-minute threshold.
The way the Lancers are chewing clock, Clarke can allow 1 first down and a maximum right now because they've still got to get the ball back twice.
Yep. It's 37-22. Lancers on top. They're in Clarke territory. 2nd and 5 at the Pride 42-yard line. Pistol formation. Here comes Hartz again. He'll be close to the first down marker across the 40, but just shy around the 44-yard line. 3rd down and about a yard coming up.
Got to assume they're going to go right back to the running back. Hartz will come out of the game. Now here comes Kyle Hirsch. Hirsch has been running well today as well, averaging over 4 yards a carry, 8 carries for 36 yards.
And they're going to milk that play clock, one would imagine.
I also wouldn't be surprised if they let the quarterback run it himself in Riken.
Hirsch to the left of his quarterback, shotgun set, receivers either side, double tight end set. 3rd down and a yard. Riken taking his time, high snap. Handoff, Hirsch, he'll not get the first down. Brought down, actually probably lost half a yard. And now I think the Pride have called timeout. Yes, they have. Timeout Clarke, that is their first with 2:51 left to go. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Well, the game could come down to this very play. 4th and 2 for the Lancers. They're at the 40-yard line of Clarke.
Oh, here's a decision, and I like it. Lancers are lining up as though they're going to go for it here with 2:51 on the clock. They get this, they'll be able to take it down to the 2-minute warning at least. Clarke, they have to get this stop if they're going to get this game.
2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Here comes Roland in motion. He'll line up as a tight end on the right side. Handoff, Hartz up the middle, has the first down and more across the 30 to the 28. What a job by the offensive line.
First contact was 10 yards downfield on 4th and 3 there. They had to get it, and that offensive line delivered. Lancers, one more play, and then they're going to take this down to the 2-minute warning, 2-minute timeout.
Yep, they have to run one more play. They can't take it down. There's about a 4-second difference between the clock as far as the play clock and getting to that 2-minute threshold.
Now, this didn't finish the game, but what it does guarantee is Clarke has to, one, get a 3-and-out here, get the ball back, and then they have to score quick and get the onside kick.
Pistol formation. Riken takes the snap, hands off, Hartz to the right side, has a hole into the open at the 20, a stiff arm at the 15, and he's pushed out of bounds, but that's okay. That takes us right to the 2-minute mark, and he gets the first down.
That was close. He almost went out of bounds with 2:01 on the clock. Went down out with exactly 2 minutes, took it down to the 2-minute timeout. It's a good play.
And we'll take a 1-minute timeout, come back with more. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Want better pay, better benefits, and a better place to work? Parker of Yankton is hiring now. Second shift assemblers, supervisors, engineers, and more. With competitive wages plus a night shift pay differential. Great health insurance, paid time off, retirement benefits, and real opportunities to move up. You'll work steady hours with a supportive team that's ready to help you succeed. Don't just work, get rewarded. Apply today and start building your future with us.
Parker, engineering your success.
2 minutes to go in regulation. Lancers up 37-22 against Clarke University, and they are in the red zone. 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line of the Pride. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Hirsch into the game at running back, lines up in the pistol. Clarke has 2 timeouts left. Hirsch runs it up the middle into traffic. He'll get about 2 yards, and we got to figure that Clarke would be calling a timeout here.
Yeah, Clarke's got 2 left. They're going to use them at some point here. Maybe not on that specific play, but maybe the next 2. Either way, their only chance at this point really is a turnover. They've got to stop Mount Marty from getting in the end zone. They have to get a turnover.
Mount Marty football today brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Clock is winding down, 1:25 and counting. Mount Marty in no hurry as they're up by 15 points. Hirsch to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. And it's going to be a tip to Carbajal. He's running to his left. He cuts inside the 10, but he drops the football. It's loose on the ground, and Clarke has recovered at the 8-yard line. So a mistake by Carbajal, who coughs it up, and Clarke is somehow still alive with 1:06 left. And they have 2 timeouts.
That is literally the only thing that could have kept Clarke in this game is a turnover. Now, with 1:06 to go, Clarke cannot afford a single misstep, but they've got a chance. They can go down the field, get in the end zone. Then they're going to have to kick an onside kick. They could get that, and then go down and get it again. There is a tall task in front of Clarke. They've got a lot to do, but they've got a chance. That kept them alive.
Well, let's see what Carson Estrada can do. He's got a long way to go back inside his own 10-yard line, dropping back. Dances to his left, throws over the middle, and it's incomplete, almost caught at the 28-yard line. High jumping attempt there by the receiver. I think that was Ostrander.
And it was a good job by Daniel Pierce, the safety for the Lancers. Got in late, was able to put a hit on the receiver and knock it out right at the end there.
Well, it does give the Pride a chance to huddle up here, get a play called. Estrada signaling to his receivers, 1 to the right, 3 out to the left. 2nd down and 10. He'll drop back. Pressure coming up the middle. dances to his right, directing traffic, throws on the run. He's got a man, intercepted by Pierce at midfield, and now he'll go down to a knee. And that ought to do it.
That it will. Daniel Pierce will seal the game. Lancers turned it over on the other end with a bad fumble. But that will do it. 43.8 seconds left. The Lancers. Clarke has only 2 timeouts, so they could call timeouts on first and second down, but then they could just kneel it out on third down to finish off the clock. That does do it for the game. Lancers can kneel 3 times.
Yep.
We'll see if Clarke even takes a timeout.
I would suspect Clarke's not even going to bother taking the timeouts here because it's unless there's a mishap on the exchange, safety formation here, and Riken will just take a knee. They'll have to do it, I think, one more. Nope, they won't have to do it another time.
Yeah, he delayed going down for a few seconds there to make sure.
Mount Marty football today brought to you by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com as the teams are going to line up for shaking hands as the Lancers secure the victory at 37-22. A good start for Mount Marty. They are 1-0, and Clarke 0-1. Clarke has now lost 8 consecutive football games in a row. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout, and we'll come back for the postgame show. That's being brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. Aztec supporting Mount Marty Athletics. Lancers victorious today, 37-22. Back with the postgame show in 2 minutes, right here on KYNT.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
And welcome back to Dalzell Field in Dubuque, Iowa. Mount Marty victorious to start the 2025 campaign, 37-22 over the Pride of Clarke University. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the post-game show being brought to you by Aztec. And we're going to start things off with the Runza Rundown. Runza is trying out a new idea. Stop in for a Bunza. Yeah, that's Bunza with a B. The homemade bread you love, but in a smaller round size, minus the cabbage. There's 3 flavor options: Philly cheesesteak, buffalo chicken, or cheesy dog. It's available in Yankton only. Thank you for Runza for their support of these broadcasts of Mount Marty Athletics. It was a good start for Mount Marty, but you know what? Tip your cap to Clarke, they just did not quit. They would not go away.
Not at all. No, they just kept it close enough to still be in the game the entire way through, but it was the start for the Lancers that ended up really finishing it. When you get out to that 20-0 start is what the Lancers got out to. It really takes a lot from the other team to get back in it. Clarke just didn't do enough. They kept it close the rest of the game within 2 scores, but never got quite close enough.
Nope, 27-14 was our score at halftime. And we didn't have much scoring in that third quarter of play, only a field goal by the Lancers. But the Lancers moving the ball downfield and really left some points on the field there with a missed field goal. They had a first and goal at the 1, didn't come away with any points. And finally, eventually did get a touchdown pass to Malachi Hartz. But this could have been a lot more points scored today by Mount Marty. In some ways, they were kind of their own worst enemy today, Tehl.
They really were. You know, they got in their own way a couple of times. They had multiple touchdowns come off the board due to penalties, and then, of course, that turnover right at the end of the game. I'll tell you what, there's encouraging and discouraging things to happen for the Lancers to start the year. One, they win 37-22. Yep. They got it done. They were able to move the ball offensively, and their defense in the red zone specifically was a stone wall through the majority of the game, but those timely penalties and turnovers is certainly something that they'll be addressing.
Let's check out the game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what's the stat board telling us?
Yeah, let's roll through it here. Obviously, 37-22 your score. First downs, Lancers get 24, Clarke gets 16. In terms of rushing yards, Lancers had 176 yards on the ground on 50 carries, 31 carries for Clarke, and 123 yards on the ground. Total offense, 79 plays ran by Mount Marty, 447 total offensive yards. For Clarke, 361 yards on 66 plays. Efficiencies, Lancers a little low compared to their average last year, 7 of 20 on third down, 35%. Clarke only 15%. They had converted only 2 third downs in the entirety of the game. 2 third downs the entirety of the game, both of those in the first half. Clarke did not convert a third down in the second half. The Lancer defense really showed up. They went 2 of 13. And then fourth down, Lancers went 2 of 4, and Clarke went 2 of 6. That's your team stats.
The time of possession really stands out, plus 13 minutes for Mount Marty.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talked about it all game long, the way the Lancers were playing, running the football. They took their time getting to the line, really making sure they got everything set and ready to roll, which is sometimes what you do in the first game. You know, it takes a couple seconds to make sure everybody's in the right spot, but they chewed a lot of clock today. They were able to run the football very efficiently.
All right, let's check out some of those individual stats.
Let's start it off with the Lancers. Rugby Riken ends up 18 of 29 throwing the football, 271 yards, had 4 passing touchdowns, did have an interception in there, but that interception was the end of half Hail Mary, which, you know, I agree with Peyton Manning there. That shouldn't even count. That shouldn't even count as an interception, because at the end of the year, nobody's going to remember what it was. They're just going to see one interception and think it's a bad thing. But nah, it's just, anyways. Rugby Riken running the football, 7 attempts for 15 yards. Ended up going backwards a couple times, a sack, and then the kneel down to end the day there. Kind of killed his average, but had a rushing touchdown in there as well of 16 yards. Kyle Hirsch, 33 yards on the ground on 10 carries. At a long of 14. Malachi Hartz, really the story on the ground. 27 carries, 148 yards. 148 yards and a long of only 19. It was ground and pound. He was given 5-6 yards throughout the entirety of the game every time he touched the football and never went down on first contact. He just stayed on his feet.
Yeah, and no negative yardage for him at all today.
Not a single time was he brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Go to the receiving core. Waholtz had 1 catch for 2 yards. Carbajal, 5 catches for 81 yards. Kyle Hirsch ended up 6 for 90 and a touchdown in there. Brinsley, 1 catch for 33. Swanson had 1 for -1. Nick Heath had 1 for 0. Ronnie Bronax, 2 for 51. And then Malachi Hartz had 1 for 15. On the other end for Clarke, it was Carson Estrada, 18 of 35, 238 yards, 3 touchdowns, and that last interception to end the game. He also ran it 4 times, -2. Caleb Perry had 17 attempts for 90 yards. 8 for Brady Husman of 48. Receiving, Davin Dawkins had a good game. 5 catches, 101 yards, 1 touchdown. Riley Hawkins, 4 for 47, and a touchdown in there. The third touchdown from Brady Husman, 1 for 8. Ostrander Creer had 3 for 62 as well.
And we have the coach with us here, and we will get some words with him in our post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Coach, congratulations on the win today. You looked a little sunburned. Of course, you were on the far side of the field there looking into the sun. But I tell you what, a hard-fought victory here. You got to credit Clarke. They didn't give up, even though you guys had a big lead, but they kept coming back.
Yeah, they stayed in the game. Tip my cap to them being able to, handle that adversity of going down early at home and, some of the cramps and things like that they had to deal with. But a lot of things that we felt was self-inflicted that we got to obviously make sure we clean up for week 2.
And that was one of the things I wanted to address. You had a lot of positive plays. James Brinsley, that great catch. Rodney Broadnax, that one-handed catch in the end zone. He had some brilliant individual plays out there. And, of course, Malachi Hartz. This guy just is a warrior at running back. He had not a single negative carry today.
Yeah, I believe it. He's so strong, and, I'm glad to see that offensive line starting to click. Frustrating, having some of those penalties down in the end zone that, you do it right all the way down the field, and then you mess it up when you get down there, the most important part. So that part will be a huge emphasis as we get back to Yankton tomorrow. But, yeah, Malachi, I'm glad there's another defense trying to tackle him.
And Kyle Hirsch, receiving, had a monster game.
Yeah, he's a great compliment to each other there. The guy that is a weapon out of the backfield, running some of those wheel routes and getting lost out of the backfield. So he's a captain for a reason, and he does a great job of bringing energy to that offense.
Let's talk about defense. What did you see that you liked on the defensive side, and what's some of the things you got to work on?
Yeah, Danny Pierce is a guy that did an unbelievable job. He's a great leader out there, getting everybody in the right play calls, things like that. We did a great job up front, as you saw. A lot of their plays, they tried to get things to the edge, because they understood they couldn't run the ball in between the tackles and things like that. But we got to clean up some of our fits on those gap plays and things like that. Some of our backers were fitting a little bit too wide, which made a crease. And then working on getting off the blocks on the edge as well instead of just trying to avoid guys. We got to use our hands.
And you had some good plays in the secondary. Of course, Pierce got the interception late, but I thought Asmaran Muhammad had a very solid game at a defensive back position.
Yeah, very reliable, very humble kid. Does a great job. That's where we started to make the switch where he's on that boundary side, usually going to be isolated and things like that. And I remember that one towards the end of the game there. Everybody knew it was coming one-on-one, and he loved it, and made the play right in front of him. So those are some good receivers. So
let's talk about your receivers. You have a couple of guys that we knew we were going to see some new faces in that core this year, and we saw a lot of them. Carbajal, 5 catches for 81 yards. Rodney Broadnax had 2 for 51, and one of the most impressive touchdown catches I've seen, Coach.
Yeah, those guys are talented, and I say there's still a lot of weapons over there to kind of release. So I'm excited to continue with the season, getting those guys a little bit more comfortable with it. And as you can see, Rugby is playing very confident out there. And I know he's got the interception there at the halftime. We did the Hail Mary, but I'll take that one up to me instead of him.
We were just talking about it. Peyton Manning's the one who really loves talking about how those shouldn't count.
Yeah.
The end of half interception shouldn't count.
What did you see from Rugby today as far as him directing the offense?
Yeah, you see how their defensive line started to bite on some of those heavy runs, and then him being able to keep it alive on the one and pull it. He always has the freedom to be able to do that as he's able to see the defensive front and what he's going to be able to get. Great job keeping the plays alive on passes, the things that he does so well. Got to work on some of those linemen not working too far downfield, but, things like that. The receivers and him are getting more and more comfortable together on those broken plays, which is what Rugby does best.
Special teams were a bit of a concern, especially with the punting unit. What do you got to do to clean that up?
Yeah, honestly, we had this mistake on our special teams fly-through, and then it reflected out here. It was a guy not paying attention, needed, and then he goes out there and, makes the same mistake a couple times. So we were able to put Brinsley back there as our snapper again and kind of fix a few of those things there. But we got to make sure that each guy's ready for his job instead of, having Brinsley try to do everything for us.
When it comes to one of the other things to clean up, there were a couple penalties today. First game of the year, it always happens in college football, but you had a couple take touchdowns off the board today.
Yeah, those are the ones that are frustrating. You get the big plays, you get down to the red zone, and then a guy doesn't step on the line of scrimmage when he's supposed to, things that you rep all the time. Same thing down in their last touchdown. It was a formation we covered. Hey, this is what they're going to run. They're going to run mesh, and they're going to lead the back out. This is how I would like to be played, and then we don't cover it. So it's got to be one of those things that we're ready for those situations. I got to do a better job of prepping them for that. And like I said, it's week 1, so I expect a little bit of those things, but still frustrated with a few of them.
And it's Waldorf next week, a late afternoon, early evening game, 5 o'clock kickoff in Forest City, the early scouting on Waldorf.
Yeah, I think they play Northwestern tonight, so that'll kind of see a little bit of that when we get the film done. But I know Coach has done a great job recruiting, ran into them a few times in the recruiting trail, trying to get more GPAC type guys, and I'm anxious to kind of start breaking that down tonight when we get back.
Coach, let's talk about something here fun. As far east as we are, we're about as close to your hometown as we've been here in the history of Mount Marty. I know you got a large crowd here. Who's all here?
Yeah, let's see here. I got all my brothers and sisters. So I got my brother Dylan.
How many's that?
I got 3. Okay. So I got my brother Dylan. He came up from Rock Island. My sister Sarah, my older sister, her husband, and my niece Maria. They came up from Rock Island as well. My dad came up from Rock Island. I had my sister come over from Madison, Wisconsin, Taylor. And she brought one of her friends to come with her. I'm not sure. I didn't meet her yet, so I don't know her name.
It's okay.
We're keeping you from her. We'll make it quick.
And then my mom and stepdad are down there as well. My mom's the one in the sling there. So they came over from Cedar Rapids. So I got a lot of people over here in this eastern Iowa, western Illinois area. So this is the first time since I played that they've all been together. So it's super special, and yeah.
That's got to mean a lot to you,
It does. It does mean a lot, and especially with, raising kids far away. That's the thing that kills me the most is the family time taken away from them. So them being able to come here, my wife driving all the way this way to make sure that they can see their grandparents is special. So brings a little tear to my eye. Got a lot of love for the family.
Well, they got to see a win for Mount Marty today, 37-22, the final score. Coach, congratulations on the win. We'll cut you loose here so you can spend time with the family.
I appreciate you guys. Go Lancers.
All right, thank you, Coach, for spending some time here post-game to talk with us. A big win for Mount Marty to start the season, 37-22. This is the Aztec post-game show. We're going to take a break right now, take a 2-minute timeout, and we'll come back. We're going to run down some scores from other college football games. We're also going to have our Lancer player of the game. The move of the game is going to be really tough to pick, but we'll have it coming up in 2 minutes. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clarke Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clarke Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Now open near you. Book at leschwab.com.
Have you heard about Slowey Management's latest upgrades at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton? Well, it's some big news. Renovations are being done on all rooms and the hotel's breakfast area. Once all the work is complete, it'll be like stepping into a brand new hotel. If you're arranging rooms for business travelers or family, they will love the incredible improvements at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. And as always, for competitive rates and flexible reservation changes, contact the Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
And we're back for the final segment of our post-game show for Mount Marty football, brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. Final score, again, Mount Marty victorious over Clarke, 37-22. And we're going to take a glance at the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. Of course, the big score from major college football was Ohio State beating Texas today, 14-7, the final score. And a score we're keeping our eye on at halftime, Iowa State ahead of USD 27-7.
Yeah, life's a bit rough for the Oats over in Ames right now.
We're getting an update. It's late in the game. Morningside was ahead of Benedictine, 34-31 with less than a minute to go. But hold the phone. Benedictine has just scored with 12 seconds left. It's 38-34 down in Atchison, Kansas, as Benedictine trying to beat Morningside at home. That's a matchup. Number 3 Morningside, number 4 Benedictine. Two teams that have aspirations for a national championship.
Wow.
And they're meeting early on. That score just got updated.
Yep. 12 seconds left. Benedictine able to get in the end zone. They lead by 4 now, which is big. Morningside can't tie it with a field goal. One big pass and a field goal. 12 seconds. They're going to have to go get in the end zone. A little bit of backyard football. Some laterals might be seen.
It's Florida State leading at home against number 8 Alabama at the half. 17-7, so upset alert there. Of course, Florida State had a disastrous season last year, and they're trying to bounce back against a South Dakota guy, Caleb DeBoer, and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Air Force leading Bucknell 28-7. Another score, it's Oregon, number 7 in the land, ahead of Montana State. They're just starting the second quarter, 17-0, the score in that particular game. We'll keep an eye on some other scores. Hopefully, maybe we can get a final score on that Benedictine Morningside game. We're going to hit the refresh here. Nope, still 12 seconds left of that. We knew that was going to be a close game, and that could hurt Morningside potentially. They are picked number 1. They're picked to win the GPAC, but that could hurt them down the stretch, especially if Morningside, has the season we expect them to have. That could maybe cost them a playoff spot. They may have to play in the first round instead of having a home game.
Yeah, it might cost the home game, the bye, all of it. That'll be interesting. But once again, still 12 seconds left. Miracles do happen. We'll give you a final score here in a couple of minutes when it comes in. But some of the other big scores in major college football, number 2 Penn State is playing very well against unranked Nevada, 27-3. Is the score there. Oregon over Montana State, another FCS school that is going to be good this year, but 31-0, number 7 Oregon.
Yeah, that just got updated right now. Oregon, of course, very good. Of course, they stumbled last year in the playoffs against Ohio State. That was at the Rose Bowl. Of course, they played a dandy of a regular season game.
That was fun. That was the best game of the year in the regular season, in my opinion. That was fun. Some games coming up tonight, starting at 6:30. The last top 10 matchup of the day, number 4 Clemson, number 9 LSU. That'll be big. And then tomorrow, 6:30, number 6 Notre Dame, number 10 Miami.
Yeah, and games in the GPAC, we got a bunch of night games. It's Waldorf at Northwestern, Hastings at Doane, and St. Ambrose at Briar Cliff. So those are the games in the GPAC today. And, of course, Midland went up to University of Mary up in Bismarck, North Dakota on Thursday night. They lost 28-22. But remember, UMary, that's a Division II school. Yeah, I believe they're in the Northern Sun Conference. So that's not a bad loss there for Midland. We know they're going to be a very tough football team this year, no doubt about it. And we'll see them at the end of the year. Again, we're trying to get a final score on that Morningside, and it has gone final. Benedictine wins over Morningside. It is a final 38-34. So number 4 beats number 3 in the NAIA rankings.
And a game-winning touchdown with 12 seconds left. That is heartbreaking for Morningside fans.
Yep, and speaking of teams in the conference season kicks off for Mount Marty next week on the road. Forest City and Waldorf will be the opponent, 5 o'clock. But before we get to talking about that here, we got to do our move of the game and our Lancer player of the game. So let's start with the move of the game. That's brought to you by Mason Schramm. Now, are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. We had some sensational plays on both sides of the line of scrimmage today. And for the Lancers, 2 plays really stood out. James Brindley, a catch with heavy interference in the end zone, but Rodney Broadnax, I think we're going to give him the move of the day, a one-handed catch in the right corner of the end zone, and that was play happened in the first half. A brilliant catch, hauled it in for a touchdown. So Rodney Broadnax on the pass from Rugby Riken. He gets our move of the game.
Yeah, it was one heck of a play. That's the play that got him up to 20-0. It was with 8:21 left in the second quarter. It was a great 22-yard catch, as you said. One-handed, defender all over him. Got it in with the left hand right at the pylon. It was great.
And thank you to Mason Schramm for sponsoring our move of the game. Now we move on to our Lancer player of the game. That's brought to you by Avera. Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. And we normally don't do this a whole lot, but I don't know how we can place one over the other. So we're going to split our player of the game. Rugby Riken and Malachi Hartz are players of the game.
Yeah, both very deserving. Both play nearly perfect games. You know, Rugby Riken, 18 of 29, 271 yards passing the football, 62% completion percentage, had 4 passing touchdowns as well as a rushing touchdown in there with 15 yards on the ground. Rugby Riken, 5 total touchdowns and almost 300 total yards on the day. Malachi Hartz really was the heart and soul of their offense today. 27 ground attempts. He was running the football 27 times, 148 yards he came up with, did not get stopped behind the line of scrimmage once, averaged 5.5 yards a carry, had 1 catch right near the end of the game as well for a touchdown from 15 yards out.
Yep, both standout players today, and they are our players of the game, sponsored by Avera. So Waldorf, 5 o'clock on the road in Forest City. Will hit the air at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Waldorf, a team we beat pretty handily last year. I was absent for that game. I was out in Spearfish for the KBHU Hall of Fame induction ceremony. So the team played very well in my absence, which I was very, very glad to see. But Waldorf is a different team this year. They brought in a lot of new players, and Waldorf got a taste of the GPAC, and no surprise, you know, they know they were going to have to step up their game because this is such a very, very tough conference.
It is. You talk about that game last year. It was actually Lancer Days homecoming for Mount Marty, and they won 56-7 in Yankton. Now they go to their place this year, and once again, next Saturday, 5 o'clock start time. We go live at 4 right here on KYNT and audio simulcast on KYN TV.
Yep, start of the GPAC conference schedule. It's GPAC games all the way through now for the Mount Marty Lancers. Well, that's going to do it for our broadcast today. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors who make these broadcasts possible. Thanks to our studio engineer as well, keeping things running very smooth back in the headquarters back in Yankton for Riverfront Broadcasting. A good start here. Some things to clean up on, Tehl, but I think things very, very going. Thank you to Grady Harrington, our broadcast engineer back in the studio. Did a fine, fine job today. Hey, you know, and our first broadcast, hey, I think we're in mid-season form.
Yeah, I think this went well for us. No mistakes on our end. It was great.
And we're looking forward to being with you all season long here on KYNT for Mount Marty football. Season number 5 off to a good start. Again, the final score, 37-22. We're going to sign off here from Dalzell Field in Dubuque, Iowa. Mount Marty with the win. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Thanks for listening today for Mount Marty football. We'll be back 4 o'clock next Saturday. Waldorf, the opponent. Take care, everybody, and we'll talk to you soon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer Athletics.